Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Welcome to night number 1 of our 2-night weekend here at ERX Motor Park. We are back for some Sunday Funday, round number 5 of the season tonight. We were here about a month ago for rounds 3 and 4. Now we're back this weekend for rounds 4 and 5 of the 2025 Sunday Funday race series here at ERX Motor Park. We're about to get started here with some practice tonight. First practice group going to be out on the track. We have our 120 stock, 120 improved stock in our snow scoot class. That'll be that blue tag practice session for those in attendance. Practice group number 2, the red tag group. That is 200 open, 200 stock, pro 206 and junior girls should be in the staging area for practice. Then finally, group number 3 for practice, that green tag group, should be transition 8 to 10, transition 8 to 12 combined, and junior 10 to 13 girls. Once again, all 3 of those first rounds of practice should be up in the staging area if you are not there already, as we will be hitting the track momentarily. And just like that, we officially have our first sleds out on the track for round number 5 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX. Back again for our first round here in February. We had a few races here going on last month, early January, but we are back for the first of 2 nights. The first of 2 days this weekend. We are here tonight. We will be back again tomorrow as well for round number 6. Then we'll also be back again next week, Saturday and Sunday, February 8th and 9th, back here at ERX Motor Park for rounds 7 and 8. Right now, though, we have our first practice session of the night hitting the track. This is that blue tag practice group for those here racing tonight. It is our 120 stock, 120 improved stock, and our snow scoot class are out there right now getting their first few practice laps in. After them, we have our red tag group going to hit the track. 200 open, 200 stock, Pro 206, and junior girls will be making their way out momentarily. Along after that, we will have our green tag practice group number 3 out there. Transition 8 to 10, transition 8 to 12 combined, and junior 10 to 13. Once again, as a quick reminder, this is our first practice session of the evening out there. For those of you streaming in live on mbtvsports.com, you haven't missed anything quite yet. We will be green flag racing right around 5:45 tonight. Make sure to stop on by, log in, and check out some snowmobile racing. And just like that, our first practice session of the night is officially in the books. Practice session number 1 making their way off the track, which brings us up to practice session 2 about to hit the road. That is the red tag practice group, 200 open, 200 stock, Pro 206, and junior girls about to make their way out onto the track for their practice session. After that, we have the third group, the green tag group. That is transition 8 to 10, transition 8 to 12 combined, and junior 10 to 13 will be hitting the track after that. along with practice session number 4. It is that yellow tag practice group for those here in attendance tonight. Junior 14 to 17, junior open, and junior 16 to 17 will be making their way out after that. So once again, practice session number 2 about to hit the track. Practice sessions 3 and 4 should be in the staging area. And once again, a quick reminder for those of you in attendance here tonight, we are live streaming tonight's races live for free on mbtvsports.com and its social media affiliates. So for any friends or family who weren't able to make it out tonight, make sure you either send them the mbtvsports.com link, or we are also streaming on the MBTV Sports YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X pages. So make sure to send those links over, share the Facebook page post, shoot that YouTube link and website link on over to your friends and family. So even if they aren't able to be here in attendance tonight, they are at least able to see you and your family and friends hit the track tonight for round number 5 of the Sunday Funday 2025 series. White flag is out for practice session number 2 of the night. Our 200 open, 200 stock, Pro 206 and junior girls practice session about to come to a close. As a quick reminder for any of those live streaming this event on mbtvsports.com, don't worry, you haven't missed anything quite yet. We are in round 2 of 6 of our practice sessions here, so we still have quite some time before we get to official green flag racing for round number 5 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX. As a quick reminder, practice session 2 out on the track now. Up next will be that green tag practice group number 3, transition 8 to 10, transition 8 to 12 combined, and junior 10 to 13 about to make their way out for their practice session. After them, practice session number 4, the yellow tag group. That is junior 14 to 17, junior open, and junior 16 to 17 will be up after them. And then finally behind them we have practice group number 5, the purple tag practice group. That is junior ditch banger 1980 to 89, and 440 in our 600 class. So once again, practice session number 2 coming to a close here. Checkered flag is out for that practice session. Practice groups 3, 4, and 5 about to make their way out onto the track. checkered flag is out for yet another practice session on the evening. We have a couple practice sessions here left for the day before we get into some official green flag action for round number 5 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series. Another practice session coming to a close for tonight. Only have a couple practice sessions left before we get to some green flag action here right around 5:45 tonight. Once again, for any of you live streaming on mbtvsports.com right now, don't you worry, you haven't missed any racing action quite yet. Still getting through a couple of our last minute practice sessions before we get to green flag action on round number 5 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park in Elk River, Minnesota. Practice group up next. I believe it's going to be practice session number 6, our orange tag practice group. I think if I'm hearing things correctly, we're splitting it up into a couple different practice sessions due to the numbers, but over the course of these next few sessions, we will have our Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 class, Ditch Banger Triples, Leaf Spring, plus 30, Ditch Banger Twins, and Ditch Banger 1990 to 99. Once again, all practice sessions should be up in the staging area, ready to hit the track here any second now. If you haven't had your practice session yet and are at the track, make sure to make your way on up there now, as we are almost completed with our practice sessions for the night. And another quick reminder for everyone here at the track, if you have any friends or family that weren't able to make it out here tonight but still want to be in on the action, make sure to direct them to mbtvsports.com or the MBTV Sports social media pages, where they will be able to stream live for free tonight's events here at ERX Motor Park. Once again, we are live streaming all events this weekend here for free on mbtvsports.com, as well as the MBTV Sports Facebook page. Feel free to like and share that post for all of your friends and family to be able to check out you and your friends here racing tonight at round number 5 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series. Checkered flag is out for another practice session on the evening. Once again, we are starting to come to a close on our practices for tonight before we get to our main heat race action here at just around 5:45. You have a few minutes left, if you haven't already, to find your seats. If you are live streaming online, you still have a few minutes to get all situated on your couch, get all comfortable before we get to some green flag action here in just a few minutes. Practice session out on the track right now. It's one of our final practice sessions of the evening, our ditch banger practice session. Ditch banger 2000 to 2009, ditch banger triples, leaf spring plus 30 out on the track. And here we are at ERX Motorsports.
It's working. Perfect. Okay, now we're good.
Working good?
We're good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Here you go.
Thank you. So where do you want me to go to?
Oh, sorry. So. And just like that, we have our final practice session of the night. Hitting the track right now, our ditch banger practice session. Ditch banger 2000 to 2009, ditch banger triples, leaf spring plus 30, ditch banger twins, and ditch banger 1990 to 99 out on the track right now. Just a few more minutes before we get to some green flag heat racing action here for round number 5 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park. One more final plug here for all of you guys that out in the grandstands right now. Make sure to toss along that live streaming link that we're doing tonight. That is mbtvsports.com. Send that to your friends and family so that they can be a part of the action even if they aren't able to make it here tonight. Once again, a few more minutes before we get to some green flag heat racing action.
doing?
Right click on that. You can just say, quick mic, this one starting soon.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are about to go green flag action here in just a few minutes. So if you are in one of the first few races of the night, that'll be race 1, 120 improved stock and 200 open. Race 2, snow scoot, snow sport. And race 3, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 1. Make your way to the staging area so that you are ready for our first green flags of the night.
Man, it's stumpy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round number 5 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park in Elk River, Minnesota. We're about to get things started here. We finished all 6 rounds of practice earlier this evening, but before we get to some green flag action here with our first few heats of the night, we just want to start things off. I'd love to introduce Cassandra Scott out of Trago, Wisconsin, who will be doing our national anthem for this evening. She'll be walking up onto the start-finish line tabletop. So for all of you here in attendance, for any of you live streaming on mbtvsports.com, if I can ask you all to take a moment, pause where you are, stand toward the flag for the singing of our national anthem.
You're all good to go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? What so proud, wait, sorry, I'm light's last gleaming, rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Give it up for Cassandra Scott, everybody, singing our national anthem here at ERX Motor Park tonight. Let's give her one last round of applause. Always love getting to see a live singing of the national anthem out here, especially when it's coming from one of our racers. Feel free to check Cassie Scott out once again in race number 9 later on tonight, where she'll be racing in the Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 class. With that in the books, we're officially ready to get started for round number 5 of the Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park. We're doing a double-header weekend this weekend. We're racing here tonight for round number 5, and we'll be back tomorrow morning for round number 6. before we come back next weekend as well. So we got a doubleheader this weekend to start off February, doubleheader next weekend to continue it on, and that'll bring us to about our halfway point of the season. So we still have a lot of racing going on. We had a few races back in December and January to kick off the 2025 Sunday Funday series, but we are back and better than ever, ready to push on through for the second half of the season. A little quick rundown of some of our tonight's activities. So we're about to see our heat race number 1 hit the track here momentarily. We'll have a quick intermission after our heats to go into finals number 1 and then final number 2 after that. So we got lots of racing action out here for you folks this evening and tomorrow as well. But we'll give you a quick rundown of what our heats are going to look like. Starting off, we have heat number 1, our 120 improved stock and 200 open class. Race number 2, we have the Snow Scoot Snow Sport 1988 to 92 class. Race number 3, 200 stock 9 to 12 heat 1. Race number 4, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 2. Race number 5 is our 120 open stock class, or 120 stock class. Race number 6, junior girls under 200 cc. Race 7, 200 stock, 4 to 8, heat 1. Race number 8, we have 200 stock, 4 to 8, heat 2. Race number 9, we have a triple threat coming in. Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13, Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17, and Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12. Race 10, Pro 206. Race 11, WSA X 440 improved, WSA X 600 improved, and WSA X Open, which brings us to the halfway point of the night. Race number 12, Transition 8 to 10 class. Race 13, Junior 10 to 13 and Junior 16 to 17. Race 14, another triple threat class, Junior 14 to 17, Junior Open, and 600 Open 18 plus. Race 15, we have Ditch Banger 1990 to 99 heat 1, with race 16 being heat number 2 for that class. Race 17, we have Transition 8 to 12 combined. Race 18 is Ditch Banger Twins and Leaf Spring. Race 19, we have plus 30 Snowcross, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 heat 1. Race 20 will be heat number 2 of that class. Race 21, we have a new class here for you tonight, folks. It is the TSS 440 to 600 Invitational. Like I said, a new class coming out, the Thomas Snow Sports Arctic Cat 94 to 2002 440 to 600 cc Invitational, a new class we're offering here tonight. And then we'll be ending our lineup of races with race number 22, our 2-up race. And that's just the first third of our evening here, ladies and gentlemen. So like I said earlier, we're going to start off the night with our first round of heats, take a slight intermission before we move into round number 1 of our main events. Then another quick intermission before we get to round number 2 of our main events. So we got a lot of action coming at you guys tonight. Get ready to see some nice racing here, side-by-side racing. And in addition, if you have any friends or family who weren't able to make it out tonight, you still want them to be able to see you on the track, make sure to direct them to mbtvsports.com or any of the MBTV Sports social media pages where we are live streaming tonight's activities for free. Once again, free live streaming of tonight's races on mbtvsports.com, MBTV Sports Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter pages. And for any of you who might have any events coming up that you want to live stream, whether it be any concerts or racing events, sporting events, ceremonies, make sure to hit up Matt Bull here at MBTV Sports. You can contact him at mbtvsports@gmail.com or through the contact form on the website to help you get set up with some live streaming capabilities here throughout the rest of the year. Heat number 1 looks to be in the lineup now, so we will get things started here Before we get to some green flag action for tonight, our first green flag of the evening, race number 1, we have 2 classes out on the track. In the 120 Improved Stock class, we have the 88 of Chase Reinhofer racing the Premier Rigs Renegade Truck Equipment 5-Star Heating and Plumbing, number 88. We have the 123X of Noah Olson racing the C. Olson Concrete Polaris out of Buffalo, Minnesota. And the 725 of Clear Line's Owen Halata from Malacca, Minnesota. In the second class, we have 200 Open, 2 racers in our 200 Open class. 612 of Jace Wurzberger racing the Uncle Mark's Sled Parts Carbide Podcast Jace Rusty's Jalopies, number 612, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, racing the Custodio Home Group, Keller Williams Preferred Realty, Sledhead Racing CNA Pro Skis, number 989. 2 classes, 5 racers in race number 1 of the evening. Starter checks the riders to make sure everyone's good to go. And our first green flag of the evening is out. 5 racers going down that start stretch line. And it looks like we have 1 rider far out front, the 612 of Jace Wurzberger leading the way, but he's got some company hot on his tail, the 989 of Tyler Custodio side by side with him. And right as I say it, Custodio's able to take the lead, but Wurzberger isn't going to go without a fight. They both take that hairpin left turn onto the west end of the track. Coming back towards the start-finish line, both riders opting to take the inside line. And first up and over the start-finish line, Custodio's going to lead the way. Wurzberger looks to the outside, nothing going there, dips down to the inside, side by side through the split-level section. Wurzberger with the slight advantage. Wurzberger back up to the lead in the 200 Open class. Custodio takes the inside line. Custodio now back up side by side on the north end of the track through the split change section. It's Wurzberger, it's Custodio, it's Wurzberger once again. Battling back and forth. We've had about 4 or 5 changes for the lead in just our first lap of round number 5 for the 2025 Sunday Funday class. West side of the track is going to be real nice for Wurzberger as Wurzberger is able to secure the lead. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Wurzberger, who is slowly but surely able to pull away from the 989 of Tyler Custodio. Just behind them, taking their white flag, we have the 88 of Chase Reinhofer leading the 120 Improved Stock class. 3rd place overall on the track. 1st place currently in the 120 Improved Stock class. 725 of Owen Halata making their way up and over the start-finish line jump. Along with the 123X of Noah Olson putting another lap in the books. Single file throughout the track. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out. Uncle Mark's Sled Parts Carbide Podcast Jake's Rusty Jalopies. It's the 612 of Jace Wurzberger taking the first W of the night. 989 of Tyler Custodio going to finish 2nd. And the 88 of Chase Reinhofer going to round out your top 3 overall, taking the win in the 120 Improved Stock heat race class. Race number 2 about to hit the track, our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. 5 racers. We have the 3 of Cashton Nelson out of Foley, Minnesota. The 8 of Leo Schmeidecker from Prior Lake, Minnesota. The 44 of Brecken Gorsinger racing the Gustafson Excavating Yamaha out of Stacy, Minnesota. Addison Schmeidecker racing the DLO Excavating and Demolition, number 75 from Prior Lake, Minnesota. And rounding out our 5 sled field, we have the 357 of Carson Krochik out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. 5 racers. In heat number 2, green flag is out, and we're Snow Scoot Snow Sport racing. Side by side up front for the lead. We have a nice battle going on. Two-rider battle for the lead. One of them reigns supreme going through that right-hand corner up to the north end of the track. Battling back and forth for that lead position, side by side through the rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Both riders opting to take the inside line as we get onto the front stretch. But first time up and over the start-finish line jump. One rider pulling away from the rest of the field. Nice little side-by-side battle going on for third and fourth. Just behind them, we have that two-rider battle up for the lead. About 6 sled lengths behind, we have another two-rider battle for third and fourth. And we get a little bit of space before we get back to our fifth place rider as well. Now, one cool thing about this class, ladies and gentlemen, so 5 racers out on the track right there, ranging from ages 7 to 13. So when we talk about the future of our sport, this is definitely one of those classes we're going to want to keep an eye on, as these youngsters out here just starting to get a taste for some racing. White flag is out, one more lap to go for our racers, as we're now single file throughout the field. Little bit of space in between each racer. Our top 4 racers each spread about, give or take, about half a straightaway length. We have a nice little battle developing, though, for second and third. Still single file, but getting closer as far as the ranks on this track are going. 44 of Brecken Gorsinger putting another lap in the books here. Brecken gets the white flag. One more lap to go for all 5 of our racers. Out front alone, though, pulled away from the rest of the field. One last time onto the start-finish line jump. Checkered flag is out. 3:57 of Carson Krochik going to take the win.
75.
It's the 3 of Nelson finishing second, and the 75 of Schmeidecker rounding out your top 3. Race number 3 up next, heat number 1 of 2 for our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. We got 6 racers tonight. The 10 of Brantley Lamb piloting the BCM Racing LLC MP Next Level Yamaha out of Maple Lake, Minnesota. 17 of Auburn Owen from Waconia, Minnesota. The 702 of Blake Zebro racing the Zebro Construction Speedworks FXR Articat. 708 of JC Carlson from Litchfield, Minnesota. The double wide Krups Resort, the Garage Door Doctor Stud Boy number 939 of Everett Storley out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota, and rounding out your 6 sled field, sponsored by Custodio Home Group, Keller Williams, Preferred Realty, the 989 of Tyler Custodio from Prior Lake, Minnesota. Green flag is out. Onto the front stretch, there's 2 sleds side by side looking for the lead. The 10 of Lambrick on the outside. One rider to the inside. As we're now single file going on to the back stretch through that left-hand hairpin corner. Up through the rhythm section. Taking that wide left-hand turn onto the front stretch. Out front alone, though, taking the first lap. It's going to be the 939 of Storley leading the way. The 10 of Lambrecht in second, and the 17 of Owen rounding out your top 3. Nice little battle for 4th and 5th between the 708 of Carlson and the 989 of Custodio. Out front alone, though, pulling away from the rest of the field. It's still the 939 of Storley leading the way. Then we got about half a straightaway in between Storley and Lambrick holding on to that 2 spot. A little bit more space before we get back to Owen rounding out your top 3. We still have that nice battle, though, for 4th and 5th. Custodio able to take over that 4th place spot, was battling for quite some time with the 708 of Carlson. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 939 of Storley and the 10 of Lambrick. It's Storley, Lambrick, Owen, 1, 2, 3. Custodio has secured that 4th place spot from the 708 of Carlson. Carlson back to 5th. A little bit of space before we get back to our final racer, the 702 of Zebro, putting in another lap in the books. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our field. Out front alone, though. Led it from start to finish. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner, the double wide Krups Resort, the garage door doctor, number 939 of Storley, taking the win. Lambrick going to take the 2nd place spot, and rounding out your podium, we have the 17 of Auburn, Owen. Race number 4, we have the heat number 2 for the class we just saw out there, 200 stock 9 to 12, 5 racers in this class. Premier Rigs Renegade Truck Equipment number 21 of Caleb Reinhofer from Malacca, Minnesota. FXR GoPro ROX Woody's sponsored number 56, Rory Kimball from St. Michael, Minnesota. 122 of Carson May out of Aitkin, Minnesota. The 311R of Leah Pellet piloting the Duke Boys Cast Iron Bar and Grill, Stokes Meat Market, Articat. And rounding out our 5-sled field, we have the 612 of Jace Wurzberger, who we saw with a heat race win earlier on this evening. Rounding out our 5-sled heat number 2. Green light is out. Early advantage looks to be, I want to say that was the 122 of Carson May leading the way. Carson May back to 2nd. I think that might be Kimball out front. Wurzberger holding on to that 3rd place spot. Our top 4 competitors pretty evenly spaced out front. A little bit of space before we get back to our 5th place racer. Out front alone, though, the 21 of Reinhofer leading the way. 122 of May in 2nd. Wurzberger in 3rd. 311R of Pellet in 4th. And it's the 56 of Kimball rounding out your top 5. Battle raging at the lead. 21 of Reinhofer has it. 122 of May wants it. May took that inside line, was able to gain quite a bit of distance on the 21 of Reinhofer. Reinhofer shuts the door, though, cuts down to the inside line to hold on to that lead. But May is hot on his tail. Reinhofer goes to the outside option on the north end of the track. May takes the inside, swapping through over on the west end of the field, and it's still Reinhofer out front alone. May is not giving up in this battle, though. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Reinhofer and May. Reinhofer opting to the inside of the split section, May to the outside this time around. May was able to use that inside line pretty well last lap. Opts to not go through it this time by, and Reinhofer is going to be able to pull away quite a bit. Seems like that inside line over on the east end of the track, definitely where our riders are gaining quite a bit of an advantage here. Wurzberger still holding on strong in 3rd. 311R of Leah Pellet about half a straightaway behind in 4th. Out front, the battle still rages on. But with half a straightaway left to go, checkered flag is out. For your heat race winner, the 21 of Reinhofer, taking the W for 5-star heating and plumbing and rough cut bar and grill. 122 of May to finish 2nd. 612 of Wurzberger rounding out your top 3. Race number 5 up next, 120 stock class. 7 racers tonight. We have the 25B of Bowden Nelson racing the Shima Exteriors Jaeger Construction out of Foley, Minnesota. The 100 of August Nelson, sponsored by Snap Construction, Modern Artifact. 122X of Jack Erickson racing for C. Olson Concrete. The Polaris Castle Gear Parkway Pizza number 179 of Aria Simonson up next, 555 of Amelia Mickelson out of Sorona, Wisconsin, racing for Nicoletti Trucking, 139 Designs. The 829 of Bryson Latorno from Harris, Minnesota, and the 905 of Willow Abraham rounding out your 7 sled field. Green flag is out, and we're 120 stock racing here at ERX Motor Park. Single file as we start this race. It's the 179, I believe, of Arya Simonson moving their way up through the field. Just one straightaway down, and our pack is pretty evenly spaced, all single file as we go through that northwest corner, hairpin, into the split line rhythm section over on the west end of the track. 2 riders out front trying to get into a little bit of a battle side by side as we get on to that start-finish line straightaway. Little bobble from one of our competitors. Going to solidify one racer out front. It's going to be the 122X of Erickson leading the way. 905 of Willow Abraham in second, and the 179 of Simonson in third. Erickson, Abraham, Simonson, 1, 2, 3. Abraham looks to the outside line, ducks down to the inside. Abraham trying to make a pass for the lead. Is it going to stick? Abraham, your new race leader. Simonson's putting up a battle, though, trying to take over that second place spot. 122 of Erickson isn't going to go without a fight, though. Erickson with a deep charge through that right-hand corner. Aberson goes wide, bobbles a bit, gives away the lead to Erickson. Erickson now back up to the first place spot. Willow Abraham had the lead under control, got a little slideways as we got back onto that first turn of the evening. That gave Erickson the chance that they needed to get back up to the lead there. Coming onto the front stretch, white flag is out. One more lap to go for our 120 stock competitors. The 122X of Erickson taking the lead this time by Abraham in second. Simonson still holding on strong for third. Simonson moving up to the inside line, trying to take over that second place spot from Abraham. Gonna secure that second place position. Simonson now up to second overall. Abraham back to third. Out front alone, though, with this battle raging for second and third. That's going to give Erickson the chance that he needs to pull away from the rest of his competitors. Jack Erickson saying, you guys fight it out all you want. I'm just going to pull further away from you guys so I don't have to worry about it. Arya Simonson holding on to that second place spot. Right behind her, Willow Abraham still trying to fight to take that spot over once again. We go through the split lane section over on the west end of the track through the rhythms. It's Erickson, Simonson, Abraham, 1, 2, 3. Single file one last time onto the start-finish line front stretch. Checkered flag is out for the C. Olson Concrete, number 122X of Jack Erickson taking the win. Simonson going to finish second. Abraham rounding out your podium. Race number 5 up next, our junior girls under 200cc class. 4 racers today. We have the 179 of Emmy Simonson racing the Polaris Castle Gear Parkway Pizza Polaris out of Elk River, Minnesota. The 311R of Leah Pellet racing for Duke Boys Cast Iron Bar and Grill from Saginaw, Minnesota. The 619 of Aubrey Erickson racing for C. Olson Concrete out of Hanover, Minnesota. And rounding out your 4 sled field, we have the 708 of J.C. Carlson racing out of Litchfield, Minnesota. 4 girls, 3 laps for race number 6 of our heats. Side by side as we come out of the start-finish line. It's 2 out front alone, though. Carlson to the inside. Carlson going to be your early race leader. When we were back here early in January for rounds 3 and 4, Carlson absolutely dominated this junior girls under 200cc class, looking to try to do it yet again here for round number 5 as JC Carlson slowly but surely pulls away from the rest of the field. Our second place competitor not going to go down without a fight at least, trying to keep Carlson in their sights. It's the 619 of Erickson holding on to second, and don't count out that 311R of Leah Pellet behind them in third. Carlson takes the outside line on the east end. That gives the chance for the 619 of Erickson to try to get up side by side. Nothing going there though. Carlson still your race leader. Erickson hot behind as we have one rider going up and over through that split lane section. The 311R of Pellet off her sled. This is going to give the 179 of Simonson a chance to move up to the podium. Pellet looks to be all good. Back up on the sled. Going to get re-hooked up to her sled. But our rider does seem to be okay. Back on the front stretch. White flag is out. JC Carlson, one more lap to go. 619 of Erickson taking the inside line. But we still have the 311R of Pellet stalled on the track. Let's see how this plans out for that battle for 1 and 2. Pellet able to get going. Won't affect the battle for the lead. Carlson holding on strong. Erickson taking the same line. Carlson going to be able to pull away slightly. One last time through the rhythm section. Carlson has it. Erickson wants it. No dice, though, for Erickson as checkered flag is out for your heat race winner, the 708 of JC Carlson. Going to take the W. Not without some pressure from the 619 of Erickson. And it's going to be the 179 of Simonson rounding out your top three after the 311R of Pellet goes down. Race number 7 up next. Heat 1 of 2 for our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. In this first heat, we have 7 racers. The 10R of Ryder Bitson out of Brandon, Minnesota. The 85 of Dylan J. from Lindstrom, Minnesota. 85X of Colton Neifel racing the TC Services Pure Home Restoration out of Elko, Newmarket, Minnesota. The 99 of Grumpy Outdoors Eastern Geyer from Buffalo. The 140 of Brecken Gorsinger racing the Gustafson Excavating Yamaha out of Stacy. The 410 of Owen Lance from Claremont, Minnesota. And the 816 of Monty Spicar from Mason, Iowa. We'll give Pellet a chance to take the checkered flag in race number 6. And just like that, our track is cleared for us to get racing for race number 7. Starter checks them out. Green flag. We are 200 stock racing. A whole crew of them going into that whole shot corner, but it's one sled out front alone, leading the charge through that right-hand corner as there's a 3-sled battle for second, third, and fourth right behind them. Bumping and banging in second and third, side-by-side action. Over on the northwest end of the track, our second-place riders setting their sights on the leader, trying to make a charge. Both riders, one goes to the inside, one to the outside, side by side up and over the start-finish line jump. It's the 99 of Geyer taking over the lead from the 10R of Bitson. Bitson got the whole shot, led most of the first lap, but it's Geyer who's able to secure that lead going up and over the start-finish line jump. Nice little battle for third and fourth, though, just behind them. The 816 of Spicar in third currently. Hot on his tail, though, the 85X of Neifel right behind him. It's Geyer, Bitson, Spicar, 1, 2, 3. Single file throughout the field. Close racing for our top 4 spots, but no side-by-side battles just this moment. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 99 of Geyer leading the charge. Right behind him, the 10R of Bitson holding on strong for second, and the 816 of Speaker in third. Single file, about four sled lengths in between our top three racers. Might be seeing one last charge from the 10R of Bitson. Bitson takes the inside line. Geyer on the outside, and the outside line seems to work very well for Easton Geyer. As we get onto the front stretch, checkered flag is out. Geyer going to take the win for Grumpy's Outdoor. 10R Bitson going to finish second. The 816 of Speaker right behind to round out your podium. Race number 8, heat number 2 of our 200 stock 4-8 class. We have the 23 of Speedworks N Squared Motorsports, Liam Peterson. 102 of Breck May out of Aitken, Minnesota. 409 of Litchfield, Minnesota's Hayes Carlson. 517 of FXR CNA Pro Skis Rock Speed FX, Noah Abraham out of Norwood Young. 729 of Noah Olson piloting the C. Olson Concrete out of Buffalo, Minnesota. 910 of Henrik Storley from Elko Newmarket racing for Double Wide, Krupp's Resort, the Garage Door Doctor. And rounding out our 7 sled field, we have the 989 of Tyler Custodio from Prior Lake, Minnesota. 1 sled out front alone, 517 of Abraham in second. Abraham setting their sights on the leader, but has some close company behind him as we have that nice tight battle going on for second and third. Our leader able to go out front all alone, no issues there, pulling away from the rest of the crowd. Trying not to get caught up in any of the drama from second on back. First lap in the books, it's going to be the 910 of Henrik Storley leading the charge. Abraham in second as we got a 2-sled battle for third and fourth between the 102 and 23. May and Peterson currently in third and fourth, side by side through those split lanes. It's Storley, Abraham, and the 102 of May securing that third spot overall. Peterson pushed back to fourth. Side-by-side action through that split lane section didn't quite work for Peterson the way they were hoping for it, as we're now single file throughout the field. Storley leading the charge over on the west end of the track with now half a straightaway advantage over the second place racer, the 517 of Noah Abraham. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Storley. We talked about it earlier, but these classes right here, the future of our sport here, we have riders in this class, our oldest being 9 years old, our youngest a spry 6-year-old. May currently racing in third, only 6 years old here, trying to get a podium spot as he puts off some pressure from the 23 of Liam Peterson, his 2-year senior. Peterson only 8 years old. Definitely the future of the sport here. These are the racers that we'll be seeing over the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So always great to see this many youngsters out here bringing a name to our sport. Out front alone, though, checkered flag is out. Taking the win for the double-wide Krupp's Resort. It's the 910 of Henrik Storley with the W. 517 of Noah Abraham going to finish second. And it's the 102 of 6-year-old Breck May rounding out your podium tonight. Race number 9 about to hit the track. Junior Ditch Banger 10-13, Junior Ditch Banger 13-17, and Kids Ditch Banger 8-12. Race 10 up next, Pro 206. Race 11 on deck, WSA X 440, 600 and Open should be in staging now. For race number 9, though, 3 classes, 27 of Anthem singer Casey Scott, 59 of Knighton, 57 of Lighters, 521 of Olson, 615 of Winter, 12 of Weisbrod, and the 56 of Kimball. 7 racers out there. As our leader goes up and over through the rhythm section, had a hold on that lead, got the bobble, didn't work out, which is going to give the 57 of Leiters the chance to take over the lead. 5:21 and the 59 hot on his tail. It goes Leiters, Olsen, Knighton 1, 2, 3. Little bit of space before we get back to our 4th and 5th place riders. The 12 and the 27. Out front alone, though, able to capitalize on that bobble from our early leader. It's still the 57 of Leiters leading the way. Just behind Leiters, the 5:21 of Julia Olsen, trying to take over that top spot. Olsen to the inside through the split section, ducks on over to the outside line. Leiters still holds on, but we've got some lap traffic coming to make a way. Let's see if this plays into the battle for the lead at all. Leiters slides to the outside. Olsen to the inside of the lap traffic. Leiters still going to hold on to that lead. Olsen able to come up side by side, though. As we've got Leiters up and over. Leiters now our second wreck of the class. This gives Olsen the chance to take over the W. White flag is out. One more lap to go for new race leader, the 5:21 of Julia Olsen. We had one wreck right off the bat. Leiters now goes up and over, making it 2. One more lap to go. See if we might see any more carnage in our ditch banger classes. It's Olsen and Knighton 1, 2. Just behind them by about half a lap, our third place racers is going to be the 12 of Peyton Weisbrod racing the kids ditch banger 8 to 12 class. Currently leading that class. But checkered flag is out though. Started third. Finished with the win. The 5:21 of Julia Olsen taking the win for Olsen Plumbing and Heating of Montevideo. The 59 of Knighton going to finish second overall, winning the junior ditch banger 10 to 13 class. And a little bit of space before we get back to the 12, taking third place overall. So our top 3 podium for this race overall, all respective heat race winners. Race 10 up next, Pro 206. We got 6 racers out there. 21 of Caleb Reinhofer from Malacca, Minnesota. The 25K of Cashton Nelson. The 88 of Chase Reinhofer. 113 of Easton Orrin. 517 of Noah Abraham. And the 612 of Jace Wurzberger rounding out your 6-rider field. Race 11, WSA X Classes in the staging area. Race 12, transition 8 to 10 on deck. And race 13, junior 10 to 13 and junior 16 to 17 should all be making their way over to the staging area. Green flag is out. And it looks to be the 612 of Wurzberger, I believe, who might be leading that charge. Single file as we get onto the west end of the track. About 3 sled lengths in between each of our top 5 competitors. Out front alone, though, it's the 21 of Reinhofer in second. 25K of Nelson. Reinhofer leading, Nelson in second. 517 of Abraham in third. A little bit of space before we get back to the 612 of Wurzberger just behind. Reinhofer, Nelson, Abraham, 1, 2, 3. Wurzberger and Reinhofer rounding out your top 5 just outside of the podium. Single file. The 21 of Reinhofer trying to pull away from his second place competitor, the 25K of Nelson. Nelson's not giving up though. Looking at Reinhofer trying to figure out the best routes to go. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 21. Reinhofer and Nelson both opt to take the inside line. Lap traffic's going to get in their way. Reinhofer easily to the outside. Nelson right there beside him. All 3 of our podium racers able to get by the lap traffic without any issues. but it is going to give our top 3 racers a little chance to spread out a bit. Reinhofer is able to pull away from the 25K of Cashton Nelson. Nelson holding on strong for second. About 10 sled lengths in between our top 3 competitors. But out front alone, though, checkered flag is out for the Premier Rigs Renegade Truck Equipment number 21. It's Caleb Reinhofer taking the win. Cashton Nelson going to finish second on the 25K. 5:17 of Noah Abraham going to round out your top 3. Race 11, we have 3 classes about to hit the track all at once. In the WSA X 440 Improved class, we got 2 riders. The 26 is Zach O'Mara and the 198 of Brecken Bishop. WSA X 600 Improved class, we have the 128 of James Jensen out of Stacy, Minnesota. And in our WSA X Open class, we have the 731 of Jaeger Cordis. 4 racers, 3 classes for race number 11. Race number 12 on deck afterwards, transition 8 to 10 class. And race number 13, junior 10 to 13 and junior 16 to 17, going to follow up behind them. Just like that, our track is clear from race number 10. Green flag is out. Looks like 3 of our 4 racers making the call. One rider way out front in front of a side-by-side battle for second and third. It's a who's who as our leader slowly but surely pulls away from the rest of the field, leaving them in their dust. Up onto the front straightaway. It's going to be the 731 of Jaeger Cordis leading the way. 198 and 26 hot on his tail. Looks like the 128 of James Jensen not making the call here in the WSA X 600 Improved class. It's Cordis, Bishop, O'Mara 1, 2, 3 as it currently stands. And all of our racers are slowly but surely single filing it out. Cordis with about a half a straightaway advantage. Cordis up and over the start-finish line jump. 198 of Bishop in second. O'Mara still holding on for third. Our top 2 competitors opting to take the inside split straight on the east end of the track. O'Mara going to the outside. That's going to give the 198 of Bishop a chance to pull away. O'Mara was getting to be a little close to Bishop. Not quite in a side-by-side battle sort of way, but would have been able to capitalize. Now we're evenly spaced through our top 3. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the 731 of Jaeger Cordis. As a quick reminder, for any of those of you here in the stands, had some family and friends who weren't able to make it tonight, heck, if you have some enemies that you want to show off to, make sure to send them the link to mbtvsports.com. Share that Facebook post. Give them the YouTube link so they can watch live streaming free coverage of tonight's and tomorrow's races. Once again, that's mbtvsports.com, where we are live streaming along with Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Checkered flag is out, though. 731 of Jaeger Cordis going to take the win for Lindsey Keene State Farm and Henko Utilities. 198 of Bishop going to finish second. And the 26 of O'Mara rounding out your top 3. Race number 12, we got 4 competitors in the transition 8 to 10 class. The 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, 199 of Ethan Korgard, 707 of Easton Norman, and the 816 of Monty Speaker rounding out your 4 sleds. Nice little side-by-side battle going on there for the lead. 2 sleds out front, a little bit of space before we get back to our third and fourth place sleds. But it's that battle for the top spot that we're watching up onto the front stretch. Early race advantage is going to go to the 707. 10 of Lambrecht holding on strong for second. Norman has it. Lambrecht wants it. It's the 199 of Korgard holding on to that final podium position in front of the 816 of Speaker. Norman, Lambrecht, Korgard, your top three. As our top two competitors are pulling away quite a bit from our third and fourth place racers. Norman out front alone. Lambrecht not letting him go out of his sights, though. Not quite in battling distance, but will be able to capitalize if something were to happen with Norman. Slides a little bit wrong. Doesn't hit the corner the way he wants. Lambrecht hot on his tail. Norman takes the inside, Lambrecht to the outside. .707 of Norman leading the charge. It's still Norman, Lambrecht, Korgard, Speaker 1, 2, 3, 4. White flag is out. This time by, one more lap to go for the 707 of Elk River's very own Easton Norman. Race 12, transition 8 to 10 is out on the track. Up next, we have race 13, junior 10 to 13 and junior 16 to 17. In the staging area should be race 14, junior 14 to 17, junior open and 600 open 18 plus. Making your way up, it should be race 15, ditch banger 1990 to 99, heat 1 and heat 2. Out on the track now, though. It's still race number 12, transition 8 to 10. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner. Flag to flag, it's the 707 of Norman taking the win. Lambrecht going to finish second. Korgard going to round out your top three. Race 13, junior 10 to 13. We have four racers. The 1 of Charles Nagus, 114 of Kate Onstead, 311 of Peyton Weisbrod, and the 952 of Jackson Rath. And the lone junior 16 to 17 competitor, we have the 712 of Lane Peterson. 5 racers, all 5 making the call. Single file going on to the west end of the track. One racer out front alone, though, making that left-hand corner onto the front stretch. Early advantage is going to go to the 952 of Rath leading the way. 712 of Peterson hot on his tail. Just behind them, we have the 114 of Onstead rounding out your top three. Don't count out the 311 of Weisbrod, though. Weisbrod right behind Onstead, trying to make a move for that final podium spot. Up front, the battle rages on, though, by our top two competitors. Rath currently in the lead. 712 of Peterson leading the junior 16 to 17 class, trying to take the overall W in this heat race. It's Rath, Peterson, 1-2, side by side over onto the Power Lodge left-hand split lane corner. Rath, Peterson, Onstead, Weisbrod, 1, 2, 3, 4. Side by side going into the north end of the track. Peterson to the inside, tries to make the pass. Gonna let it stick. Peterson, your new overall race leader. Now, even though Peterson did make the pass for the overall lead, it's still the 952 of Jackson Rath in second overall, but leading the junior 10 to 13 class. And with that pass made, Peterson is able to pull away from the rest of the field. Less than half a lap after making the pass, and Peterson's already about half a straightaway ahead of the 952 of Jackson Rath. Peterson, Rath, Onstead, Weisbrod, 1, 2, 3, 4. As the 1 of Charles Nagus puts another lap in the books. But checkered flag is out, though, For Playsted's Lano FXR's number 712 of Lane Peterson taking the win. Rath going to finish second. And in that side-by-side battle for third and fourth, who's it going to be? Late race charge. Looks to be the 114 of Onstead holding on for that third place. Wisebroad giving him a run for his money, though. Race 14, 3 classes again. Junior 14 to 17, we have the 33 of Hudson Reinhardt and the 521 of Julia Olson. Junior Open, we have the 182 of Miles Listrup and the 711 of Colton Winter. And in the 600 Open 18-plus class, we have the 068 of Peyton Smith and the 712 of Lane Peterson. 6 racers, 3 classes. 2 racers in each class. Starter, make sure they're good. Green light is out. And we're junior racing. Close-knit battles, but single file throughout our top 3. One racer pulling away from the rest of the field. It's the 068 of Peyton Smith leading the charge, 711 of Winter in second, and the 712 of Peterson in third. Smith, Winter, Peterson, 1, 2, 3. A little bit of space before we get back to our 4th, 5th, and 6th place riders. One of them going sideways, able to hold on. It's the 521 of Olson in 4th. Little mix-up from Olson is going to get a battle going on there. For 4th, Olson able to still hold on to that 4th place spot. Out front alone, though, Smith still leading the way. Winter taking the inside line, trying to make a move on Smith. Nothing going there. Smith, Winter, Peterson, your top 3. Peterson, fresh off a heat race win in the very last class, makes the way up into this class, holding on to 3rd overall. Barely got a chance to take a breather, but still holding on to a podium position. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 068 of Peyton Smith. It's Smith, Winter, Peterson, still your top 3. Winter slowly but surely drawing back a bit from Smith. This is going to give the 712 of Lane Peterson a chance to make a move. Half a lap left. We'll see if our top 3 stay the same way for the checkered. 33 of Hudson Reinhardt putting another lap in the books. Out front alone, though. Flag to flag. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner. Olson Plumbing, River Valley Repairs, number 068 of Peyton Smith taking the win. Winter going to finish second. Peterson going to round out your top 3. Race 15 up next. Ditch Banger 90 to 99, Heat 1. Heat 2 should be in the staging area. Race 17, Transition 8 to 12 combined on deck. And race 18, Ditch Banger Twins and Leaf Spring should be making their way up. For race 15, though, it's 8 competitors. The 5 of Weber, 47 of Smizek, 104 of Crawford, 133 of Lundstrom, 156 of Stout, 199 of Anderson, 575 of Lighters, and the 623 of Grabo as we're green flag racing. It's one competitor out front alone as we've got a full battle going on for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Leader with the inside line, able to slowly but surely pull away from the rest of the pack. One lap in the books for your early race leader. The 156 of Stout leading the way. 104 of Crawford currently in second. Stout has some issues. That's going to give Crawford a chance to take over the lead. Stout powers back. Stout back up to the lead. Stout, Crawford 1-2. Stout seemed to have some issues on that inside line on the Power Lodge left-hand corner. That gave Crawford a chance to come up side by side, slowly take over the lead for about 3 seconds before Stout was able to power back into the first place spot. Stout going to put another lap in the books. 104 of Crawford in second, and it's the 575 of Lighters holding on to third. Stout, Crawford, Lighters, 1, 2, 3. Lighters trying to make a move, nothing going there, but that's going to give the 160 a chance to move up. Out front alone, though, a straightaway advantage. Gary Stout putting on an absolute clinic in the Ditch Banger 90-99, heat race number 1. Crawford in second. Lighters in third. The 167 hot behind him. Trying to make a move for that third place spot. Stout, Crawford, Lighters, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you. Just let me know if you switch this back to the other spot.
And checkered flag is out. Green Acres Tree Moving, Push Industries, Jacoby Motorsports, number 156 of Gary Stout taking the W. Nathan Crawford going to take second with the 575 of Lighters rounding out your top 3. Race 16, we have heat number 2 of our Ditch Banger 90-99 class. The 8 of Alex Peterson, the 22 of Tyler Barber, 116 of Lucas Wagner, 177 of Isaac Ratz, 182 of Miles Listrup, 324 of Pierce Geiger, 621 of Daniel Weiland, and the 834 of Weston Quapic. Green flag is out for heat race number 2 of our Ditch Banger 90-99 class. Looks like 5 of our riders making the cut. Out front alone, though, coming out onto the start stretch, up and over the green flag start finish line. It's the 8 of Alex Peterson leading the way. Peterson, sponsored by Walker Evan, Polaris, Patrick Custom Carbon, taking the early race lead, pulling away from the rest of his competitors. 182 of Listrup in second. Listrup about half a straightaway behind Peterson in the lead. Nice little battle developing there between our 3rd and 4th place riders. Out front alone, the white flag is out for the 8 of Peterson, putting another lap in the books. Listrup in second, the 177 of Ratz in third, and the 22 of Barber in fourth. Barber taking that inside line, trying to take over that final podium position from the 177 of Ratz. Ratz has it. Barber wants it. Out front alone, though, it's Peterson making one last move onto the west end of the track through that rhythm section. One last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner, the 8 of Alex Peterson out of Elk River, Minnesota. 182 of Listrup going to finish second. And who's it going to be for third? It's the 177 of Rats able to hold on. Race 17 up next, transition 8 to 12 combined. Race 18, Ditchbanger Twins and Leaf Spring in the staging area, along with race 19, plus 30 Snowcross and Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009 Heat 1. 3 racers in our transition 8 to 12 combined class. Green flag is out, single file through the speedway. Out front early, it's the 199 of Ethan Korgard leading the way. 114 of Kate Onstadt and 535 of Mason Doffing right behind him. Onstead out front. And it's the 707 and 199. Looks like that 707 might be what I have as the 535 of Mason Doffing. So I believe Doffing in second, Onstead in the lead, Korgard in third. Onstead and Doffing with a nice little battle there up front. Onstead holding on to the early race lead. Doffing trying to give him a run for his money on that West End rhythm section. Another lap in the books for the 114 of Onstead, pulling away from the 707. Onstead's got him on the second half of the track over on the west end, but Doffing able to gain some ground there over on the east end. It's still Onstead, Doffing, Korgard 1, 2, 3. Race 17 on the track now. Race 18, Ditchbanger Twins and Leaf Spring up next. Race 19, plus 30 Snowcross, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009, Heat 1 in the staging area, along with Heat 2 for that class, before we get to our final 2 races of the heat race section of our night, our TSS 440 to 600 Invitational and our 2-up race. Out on the track, though, it's still a battle raging on between Onstead and Doffing for 1 and 2. Onstead still holding on to that lead. Doffing not letting him out of his sights. Through the rhythm section one last time and up onto the start-finish line. Straightaway, checkered flag is out for the all-finished concrete fly racing. Number 114 of Kane Onstead taking the win. Doffing going to finish second on the 707. 199 at Korgard rounding out your top 3. 2 classes for race 18. In the Leaf Spring class, we have the 12 of Peyton Weisbrod and the 94B of Isaac Ratz. In the Ditchbanger Twins class, we have the 068 of Peyton Smith, 74 of Dawson Tron, 97 of Sandgren, 144 of Black, 716 of Cordis, and the 731 of Jaeger Cordis. Seven racers out of 8 making the call for race 18. Out front alone, though, leading the charge. Onto the front straightaway. Your early race leaders going to be the 144 of Black, 068 of Smith, and the 731 of Cordis in second and third. A little bit of space before we get back to the 74 of Tron and the 97 of Sandgren. Smith holding on to second currently, putting off a battle from the 731 of Cordis. Yellow flag is out as we have one of our riders down up on the north end of the track. It's Black, Smith, and Cordis 1, 2, 3 still. Black leading the way. Smith slowly but surely trying to pull up on him, pulling away from the 731 of Jaeger Cordis. Nice little battle still going on there from 4th and 5th between the 74 of Tron and 97 of Sandgren. Out front alone, though. One more lap in the books for the 144 of Black, trying to make it a flag-to-flag race lead. Smith about half a straightaway behind him. Cordes the same distance behind that, back in 3rd. Then we've got about a 1/3 of a lap before we get back to our 4th place rider. Out front alone, though, he's led from the green light at the beginning up until now. We're going to give him one last chance to get onto the front straightaway. And checkered flag is out for your heat race winner. The 144 of Brady Black taking the win for Jason Black Landscaping, FXR, CNA Pro Skis, and Stud Boy. Smith finishing 2nd. Jager Cordes going to round out your top 3 on the 731. Race 19 up next, plus 30 Snowcross. We got one competitor, the 26 of Zach O'Mara. In our Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 heat number 1, we got an additional 7 racers. The 3 of Ezra Nyber, the 6 of Gavin Peterson, the 10 of Tyson Coffer, the 26 of Mitchell Gross, 128 of Aaron O'Rourke, 167 of Sam Lundstrom, and the 227 of Dylan Sandgren, rounding out your 8 sled field. Track is cleared. Gate makes sure they're all set to go for our next race. Green light is out, with one competitor zipping out of the gate, leading the way early. Even with that great start, we still got a side-by-side battle for 1st and 2nd going on. It's the 167 and the 6 duking it out for 1 and 2. Lundstrom has it. Peterson wants it. A little bit of space before we get back to the 6. Peterson takes over the lead. Peterson now up to 1, bumping and banging through that right-hand corner. It's Peterson and Lundstrom. As we've got one sled going up and over on that right-hand corner. That'll draw the yellow. We'll keep racing, though. It's still Peterson and the 167 of Lundstrom 1 and 2. 128 of O'Rourke right behind in 3rd. Out front alone, though, it's still the 6 of Gavin Peterson leading the way for FTA Skidoo Bikeman Performance out of Chisago City, Minnesota. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Peterson. Lundstrom putting in another lap, holding on to 2nd. Single file throughout the field. Checkered flag is out. Peterson going to take the W. Lundstrom finishing 2nd, and the 128 rounding out your top 3. Race 20 about to hit the track. Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, Heat 2. 4Z of Forsland, 74 of Tron, 93 of Schmidt, 197 of Bishop, 393 of Principali, 716 of Cordis, and the 725 of Hansen. We're going to clear the track from our previous race. And in the meantime, quick reminder for those of you here in the grandstands to head on out. We have a couple food trucks out back. Barbecue Junkies serving pulled pork sandwiches, brisket sandwiches, hot dogs, chili dogs, smoked brats, loaded mac pork. We also have the Pizza Barn food truck serving some pizza by the slice, pickle roll-ups, as well as some cheese bread. Make sure to head on out there, give them a bit of support. And speaking of support, wanted to thank a few quick sponsors. Our main sponsors for the evening, Aeroplax Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic Center, and Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation. Our lead stream sponsors, as well as some of our premier Sunday Funday sponsors here. Make sure you give those companies a big thank you. We couldn't be out here if it weren't for those companies, so make sure to show them some support. Along with CNA Proskis, CF Moto Generators, Fox, Hanko Utilities, Husqvarna, Studboy Traction, and Woody's Traction all along for the ride, helping us out here to put on all of these events for the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park. Looks like we got our sled getting the pull off the track. So we should be back to some green flag racing here momentarily. As a quick reminder, race 20, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, Heat 2 about to hit the track. After that, we have race 21, our new class for the evening, the Thomas Snow Sports Articat 94 to 2002, 440 to 600cc Invitational class. And rounding out our heat races, we have race 22, our two-up race. 3 races left before we get to our first intermission of the evening and our first round of features. And it looks like it was actually the 6 of Gavin Peterson on the wrong end of the wreck in race number 19. Peterson off the track, which gives our next class a chance to go. 5 of our 7 racers making the call. One rider out front all alone in front of a 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth. With the early jump, your race leader going to end up being the 198. Taking the lead. It's the 74 of Tron in second. The 725 of Hansen holding on by a hair for third. Battle going on. Hansen now back to fourth. And it's the 4Z of Forsland up to third.
I appreciate all of your
Out front alone, though, it's still the 198 leading the charge. About a third of a lap ahead of the second place rider. The 74 of Tron and the 4Z of Forsland. Right behind them, we have the 725, the 93 of Schmidt. Looks like Cordes, Principali, and Bishop are your three racers not making the call. White flag is out for your mystery race leader, the 198. Half a lap advantage over the 74 of Tron in second, and the 4Z of Forsland in third. Single file throughout the pack. Half a lap in between our top two racers. About 10 sled lengths between second and third.
I was told to find Jake.
Checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 198, taking the W. 74 of Tron going to finish second. And the 4Z of Forsland rounding out your top three. Up next, we have this new class hitting the road for you. Just brought on about a week ago. Our TSS 440 to 600 Invitational class is going to have 94 to 2002 Articat 440 to 600 cc's improved. 18 plus amateur, no current ISOC riders, no laydown engines, carb or EFI, and stock form with external mods, all okay for this class. A new class out here, brought to you by Thomas Snow Sports. Green flag is out for our 7 racers in this class. Out front, side by side, your early race leaders. It's going to be the 26 of Zach O'Mara and the 83 of Chris Spicer leading the way. O'Mara, Spicer, 1-2. Little side-by-side battle going on before we get back to the 623 of Mike Pellet in third. Pellet got some company right behind him. We have a nice little two-rider battle for first and second between O'Mara and Spicer. Battle for third and fourth, as well as a battle developing for fifth and sixth. Out front alone, though, leading the way, pulling away, the 26 of O'Mara leading the charge. 45 of Caden Anderson, slowly but surely pulling up on the 623 of Pellet. It's the 22-54 and the 17 rounding out your 7 sled field. O'Mara, Spicer, Pellet, Anderson, your top 4. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Zach O'Mara in the lead. 83 of Spicer in second, as the 45 of Caden Anderson able to take over that third place spot from the 623 of Mike Pellet. Pellet back to fourth. Anderson up to third, as we're single file throughout the field. Holding on to that fifth place spot, we have the 22 of Tyler Barber. 54 of Tucker Anderson in 6th, and the 17 of Gary Rude rounding out your field. One last time through the West End rhythm section. Left-hand corner onto the front start stretch. Checkered flag is out for your race winner. Zach O'Mara taking the W for O'Mara Motorsports, Thomas Snow Sports. 83 of Spicer going to finish 2nd, and the 45 of Anderson going to round out your top 3. Final heat race of the night about to hit the track. Our 2-up race. I got 3 on the call sheet here. Looks to have 4 sleds out there. 227 of Brady Black, 725 of Chase Hansen, and the 2001 of Dylan Sandgren are the 3 that I have on my list here. Looks like we have a nice mystery 4th racer in there as well. Single file throughout the field. Up front, alone though, and pulling away from the rest of the competitors, your early race leader is going to be the 198. $725 of Chase Hansen rounding out your 4 sled field. It's the 198 out front, the 711, and the 311 hot behind them. Two laps in, we're going to give our racers the chance to swap riders here on the front stretch tabletop. 198 in the lead. 711 in 2nd, 311 in 3rd. Able to get the jump. 311 now up to the lead. 198 back to 2nd. And the 711 back to 3rd. They had a quick swap going on. The 311 was able to take advantage of that, moving from 3rd up to the lead. But the 198 isn't going to put up with that. 198 back up to take over the lead through that split section, rhythm section in the middle of the track, right by our front straightaway hole shot corner. 198 back up to the lead with 1 lap to go. White flag is out for our 2-up race competitors. 311 holding on strong for 2nd. Moving back to 3rd, though, as our 711 team's able to make their way back up to 2nd. We're back to our original running order. 198, 711, 311 are 1, 2, 3. And a little bit of space before we get back to the 725 of the Chase Hansen team. And just like that, checkered flag is out for your race winners, the 198 team. 711 gonna finish 2nd. And the 377 or 311 team gonna round out your top 3. And just like that, that brings our heat races to a close here. We're gonna take a short intermission. For those of you here at the track, feel free to take some time to run to the restroom, grab some food from one of our 2 food trucks. We have the Pizza Barn and Barbecue Junkies out back. Grab some food from them. For those of you streaming live on MBTV Sports, we will be back momentarily for our first round of heat races for the evening.
My name is Matt Bowl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
just like we saw the first time around, it's our same top three out there. Würzburger, Custodio, Reinhofer, 1, 2, 3. And the 725 of Halata in fourth. First lap of the features here in the books for round 5 of our Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park. We finished up our heat races earlier today. Moved on to our first round of features for the night. And we have another round of features to follow. As a reminder, we'll be back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. gate and registration open, 9:15 a.m. riders meeting, practice at 10:15 and racing at 11. Tomorrow we'll be doing 2 full sets of heats and features, 2 heats, 2 features. But for right now, we are feature racing on the first night of 2 this weekend here at ERX Motor Park. 612 of Jace Würzburger leading the way in the 200 open class. 989 and Tyler Custodio just behind him in second. And a little bit of space before we get back to the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, currently third overall, but leading the 120 improved stock class. In that 120 improved stock class, it's the 725 of Halata and the 123X of Olsen rounding out those 3 racers. Checkered flag is out. First checker of the evening. The 612 of Jace Würzburger taking the W for Uncle Mark's Sled Parts, Carbide Podcasts, and Jake's Rusty Jalopies. Custodio finishing second. Right behind him, the 88 of Reinhofer. Feature race number 2 of the evening, our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. We have your heat race winner, the 357 of Carson Krochik, the 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, and the 44 of Brecken Gorsinger. Right behind them, 5 racers in our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. We'll give a chance for our 120 stock class, or 120 improved stock and 200 open class to get off the track. And just like that, we're green flag racing in our snow scoot class. 5 racers. Making that whole shot right-hand corner onto the northwest end of the track. Single file for all 5 of our racers. 1 rider out front and alone, though. The only rider sans headlight out there currently. But early race leader up and over the start-finish line jump's going to be the 357 of Krochik leading the way. And then the 3 of Nelson and the 8 of Leo Schmeideker side by side for second and third as 1 rider goes up and over in the Power Lodge left-hand corner. Believe that was the 3 of Cashton Nelson that took a spill. Nelson and Leo Schmeideker were side by side. One of them going up and over. In that battle for second and third, rider is up, seems to be okay, getting back on the sled right now. Always scary, especially with these youngsters out there. You never want to see them getting hurt. Get stuck in some of that deep snow or getting him back going. White flag is out, though, for the 357 of Krochik. 1 more lap to go. 8 of Schmeideker in second now. 75 of Addison Schmeideker in third. So it was the 3 of Nelson who went up and over. That gives Addison Schmeideker a chance to get up onto the podium. We've got a Krochik, Schmeideker. 1, 2, 3. We might even be having a Schmeideker battle for second and third developing with 1 lap left to go. It's Leo Schmeideker in second, Addison Schmeideker in third. Both racers sponsored by DLO Excavating and Demolition. Trying to get a second and third place for both. Which Schmeideker it'll be is still up for anyone's guess. Addison looks to make a pass on that right-hand side. Checkered flag is out for Crowcheck taking the win. And down to the line. Looks like Addison's going to take the second place. 8 of Leo Schmeidecker going to round out your top 3. Race 3, we have heat number 1 of 2 for a 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Heat race winner, the 939 of Everett Storley, sponsored by the Double Wide, Krupp's Resorts, the Garage Door Doctor Stud Boy. The 10 of Brantley Lambrick, sponsored by BCM Racing LLC, MP Next Level, and Nitro Lubricants. 17 of Auburn Owen, 702 of Blake Zebro, 708 of JC Carlson, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio. Gonna round out your 6 sled field for feature race number 3. Heat 2 should be in the staging area, along with race 5, 120 stock, and race 6, junior girls. Looks like we had one racer from our previous class go up and over, getting onto the front stretch. So we're going to hold our next class, give our rider a chance to get back up and on their sled. Make sure everything's okay over there on the southwest end of the track in the ERX CNA Pro corner. Looks like it's the 3 of Cashton Nelson going up and over yet again. Nelson was the one who wrecked over on the southeast side of the track earlier, was holding on to second. Went up and over the right-hand side. Seems to have done the exact same thing over on the southwest corner as well. Went up and over the right-hand side. Cashton Nelson is back up on his sled. Seems to be good, but we are going to pull him into the infield. And we're going to hold our lineup for race number 3 for just a moment. Make sure that we can get this sled all ready to go. Want to make sure we have a safe racing environment for everyone out there. So we're going to get Cashton Nelson all figured out over here. We'll get him pulled off the track before we get to some 200 stock 9 to 12 heat racing. As a reminder, we're live streaming tonight and tomorrow's events for free on mbtvsports.com. Tell your friends, your family, your enemies, show off to people. Let them know what you are doing here tonight at ERX Motor Park. Nelson's back up and running. Taking the checkered flag. Nelson's good to go on his feature race. As we get our green light in the 200 stock 9 to 12 Heat 1 class. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Going into that hole shot corner, it's Lambrick on the outside. Gonna hold on to second place. And I believe it's the 939 of Everett Storley taking the hole shot there. Storley with the early race lead. Lambrick in second. Single file onto the front stretch. Storley, Lambrick, 1-2. A little bit of space before we get back to your third place rider. Carlson and Owen side by side. Owen now taking over third place. Carlson back to fourth. Custodio in fifth. We have a 3-rider battle for third, fourth, and fifth raging. It's Owen, Carlson, Custodio, 3, 4, 5. All separated by only a single sled length. Out front alone, though, it's still the 939 of Storley as our top 5 riders enter and exit the northwest corner of the track. Battle still raging on there for third, fourth, and fifth. Owen has third. Carlson in fourth. Custodio trying to make moves there at the back of the field. Back up at the front of the track. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Storley and Lambrick, your top 2 racers. Storley with about a half a straightaway lead on the 10 of Lambrick. Storley, Lambrick, Owen, Carlson, Custodio trying to make a move on Carlson, looks outside, nothing there, ducks to the inside, Carlson holds him off. The battle is for 4th and 5th currently. Out front alone though, one last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for your feature race winner. The double wide Krups Resort, number 939 of Everett Storley taking the win. The 10 of Brentley Lambrick going to finish second. The 17 of Auburn Owen rounding out your top 3. And it's going to be Carlson taking that battle for 4th and 5th. Heat number 2. Heat race winner, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, 122 of Carson May, 612 of Jace Wurzberger, 56 of Rory Kimball, and the 311R of Leah Pellet. 5 racers in heat number 2 for our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. After this, we have race 5, 120 stock, race 6, junior girls under 200cc, and then races 7 and 8, 200 stock 4 to 8, heat 1 and 2. But green flag is out for our 200 stock 9 to 12 heat 2 class. It's a drag race down to the hole shot. First into the right-hand corner. Seems to be the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer once again leading the way. Reinhofer, your heat race winner, looking to try to do it again this time by. Up onto the front straightaway. 1 lap in the books for the 21 of Reinhofer. Right behind him, the 122 of May and the 612 of Wurzberger. Reinhofer, May, Wurzberger running 1, 2, 3 just like we saw in the heat race. 311R, Pellet in 4th, Kimball in 5th. All single file throughout the field. We might see a little battle developing there for 2nd and 3rd, though, between May and Wurzberger. Wurzberger just about a sled length behind the 122 of Carson May. 2 laps left to go in this, and we might see some small battles for 2nd and 3rd going on. Out front alone, though, it's still the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer out of Malacca, Minnesota, leading the charge. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Reinhofer. In the battle for 2nd and 3rd, it's still May and Wurzberger 2 and 3. Both riders opting to take the inside of the Power Lodge split section turn. Out front, though, it's still the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, now with a full straightaway advantage over the 2nd place of Carson May. Reinhofer cutting down to the inside on that left-hand corner in the northwest end of the track. Going to the inside through that rhythm section. Cutting down low, up and over that roller through the double. Checkered flag is out for your feature race winner. The 21 of Caleb Reinhofer taking the W. Looks like it's going to be May and Wurzberger finishing 2nd and 3rd. Up next, we have race number 5, 120 stock. Heat race winner saw the 122X of Jack Erickson, 179 of Aria Simonson, 905 of Willow Abraham, 25B of Bowden Nelson, 100 of August Nelson, 555 of Amelia Mickelson, and the 829 of Bryson Latorno. 7 racers. Green flag is out. It's a drag race down that start stretch. 1 out front alone, though, doing what he did last time by. It's the 122X of Jack Erickson leading the way. 905 of Willow Abraham holding on for 2nd. But he's got company. 179 of Simonson to the inside. Simonson now up to 2nd. Abraham back to 3rd. We're now 1, 2, 3, just like we saw in the heat race. Abraham has even more pressure behind him as a 4th place competitor trying to make a move up to get onto that podium spot. Erickson, Simonson, Abraham 1, 2, 3. With Abraham out of the way, Simonson setting their sights on the 122X of Erickson. We might see a pass for the lead. Simonson to the inside, cutting down low. New race leader, ladies and gentlemen. Aria Simonson on the 179, making their way up to the lead. 122X of Jack Erickson back to second. Erickson takes the inside line. Simonson on the outside line. Simonson cuts down, able to pull away from Erickson through the rollers. And Simonson coming out through that hole shot corner, still holding on to that lead. It's Simonson, Erickson, Abraham, 1, 2, 3. Erickson isn't going to go down without a fight, though. Through that left-hand corner, Simonson goes high. Erickson looks low. Simonson still holds on to the lead as we get onto that west end straightaway through the rhythm section. Simonson taking the low side of the track. Erickson hot behind her on his trails. Simonson to the inside. Erickson to the outside. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Simonson. Both riders opting to take the inside section of the Power Lodge left-hand corner into the switchbacks. As we've got a new third place rider, the 100 of August Nelson moving up to third. 25B of Bowden Nelson in fourth. As it looks like Abraham may have gone off track slightly. Abraham all the way back now to sixth. Out front, though, the battle for the lead still rages on. With a mid-race pass, one last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for your new feature race winner. The 179 of Aria Simonson taking the win for Polaris Castle Gear Parkway Pizza. 122X of Erickson finishing second for C. Olson Concrete. And rounding out your top three, it'll be the 100 of August Nelson in third. Race number 6, Junior Girls under 200cc. Heat race winner, just like we saw last month. 708 of J.C. Carlson, 619 of Aubrey Erickson, 179 of Emmy Simonson, and the 311R of Leah Pellet. 4 racers, 3 laps for race number 6 of the evening. Race 6 about to hit the track. Race 7 and 8, 200 stock 4 to 8, heats 1 and 2 should be in staging, along with race number 9, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13, 13 to 17, and Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12. Green lights are out. Carlson, your early race leader. 619 of Erickson looks to the outside. Erickson trying to make the pass. Carlson has the inside line. Carlson going to hold on to the lead. Carlson taking the whole shot this time by. Up through the left-hand corner on the northwest end of the track. It's Carlson pulling away from Erickson ever so slightly. Half a sled length, 1 sled length, 2 sled lengths. Carlson in the lead. Erickson right behind, trying not to pull too far back. Onto the front stretch, Carlson, your early race leader. 619 of Aubrey Erickson, hot on her tail in second. Don't count out that 311R of Leah Pellet. Pellet finished 4th in the heat race, making up for that by holding on to a solid podium position right now. Carlson takes the outside, Erickson to the inside, ducks up to the outside lane. Carlson going to be able to pull away, now about 6 sled lengths away from second place. Single file throughout the field. It's still Carlson, Erickson, Pellet, Simonson, 1, 2, 3, 4. White flag is out. One more lap to go for your now lone leader, the 708 of J.C. Carlson, doing it like she's done the last 2 races here at ERX. Race 6 out on the track now. Junior girls under 200cc. Races 7 and 8. 200 stock 4 to 8. Heats 1 and 2. As well as race 9. Junior ditch banger 10 to 13. Junior ditch banger 13 to 17. And kids ditch banger 8 to 12 should all be in staging. Race 10, Pro 206. And race 11, our WSA X classes should all be making your way up to staging if you haven't already. Checkered flag is out, doing it in style like she's done every other night. The 708 of JC Carlson taking the win. 619 of Aubrey Erickson finishing second. And the 311R of Leah Pellet rounding out your podium for this first feature race of the evening. Race 7, 200 stock 4 to 8, heat 1. 99 of Easton Geyer, 10R of Bitson, 816 of Speaker, 85 of J, 85X of Neifel, 140 of Gorsinger, 410 of Lance. Drag race down to the front stretch. Geyer, I believe, your early race leader. Geyer out front alone with a nice 3-sled battle for second, third, and fourth raging behind him. It's the 10R and the 99. Bitson out front now. 99 of Geyer to the inside. Geyer up to the lead. Geyer, Bitson side by side. Geyer in first, Bitson in second. A little bit of space before we get back to the 85X of Neifel. Neifel up to third. As we've got one sled up and over in the ROX left-hand corner. Back up onto the front stretch. 99 of Geyer holding on to the lead and pulling away from the 10R of Bitson. Geyer, Bitson, Neifel 1, 2, 3. A little bit of space before we get back to our fourth place rider. .816 of Speaker putting another lap in the books. Speaker rounding out your 6-sled field. Out front alone, though, with the early race lead, taking the checkered. Easton Geyer going to take the win for Grumpy's Outdoors. Right behind him, the 10R of Bitson going to finish second. And the 85X of Neifel rounding out your top three for TC Services Pure Home Restoration. Lake State Builders. That was Heat 1 of our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. Let's see what Heat 2 brings us. Heat race winner, the 910 of Henrik Storley out of Elko. 517 of Noah Abraham from Norwood Young. The 102 of Breck May out of Aitken. 23 of Liam Peterson racing for Speedworks. 409 of Hayes Carlson. 729 of Olson. 989 of Custodio. Green flag is out. To the inside. Storley leading the charge. Right behind him, the 517 of Abraham holding on for second. As we got one sled up and over in the corner there. Looks to be the 102 of Breck May that went up and over. May back up on his sled, all good to go. First lap in the books for Storley with the early lead. Storley, Abraham, 23 of Peterson in third. 989 of Custodio in fourth. A little battle raging for fifth and sixth between the 728 and 409. Olson and Carlson battling for that 5th and 6th place spot. Out front, though, it's still Storley, Abraham, Peterson. Abraham getting some pressure from the 23 of Peterson. Peterson trying to make a move up. Didn't even finish in the top 3 in the heat race, but trying to get that 2nd place position from Abraham to make up for it here in our first feature race for this class of the evening. White flag is out for Storley. 1 more lap to go. It's Abraham, Peterson, 2 and 3. All 3 of our top competitors taking that inside line. Abraham cutting down low, sliding out high, able to pull away a bit from the 23 of Peterson. Quite a bit of space before we get back to the 989 of Custodio in 4th. 102 of Breck May putting another lap in the books after a little tumble there after the hole shot corner. But out front alone, though, just like we saw in the heat race, checkered flag is out for your feature race winner, the double wide Krups Resort stud boy number 910, Henrik Storley taking the W. Abraham going to finish 2nd. Peterson rounding out your top 3. Race 9, we got 3 classes, 6 racers. 521 of Julia Olson, 57 of Ezra Lighters, 615 of Colton Winter in the 13 to 17 class. In the junior ditchbanger 10 to 13 class, the 59 of Knighton and 27 of Scott. And in our final class, the 12 of Weisbrod and the 56 of Kimball. 6 racers duking it out for 3 separate classes here in race number 9. We've got a 3-rider battle for the lead. 4th rider trying to get in on the mix as well. Out front alone, though, trying to pull away from the rest of the crowd, your early race leader. It's the 57. Don't count out that 198, though. 521, I believe it might be. 57 of Lighters leading the way early. Didn't podium during the heat race. Making their way out, though. Olson in 2nd. Lighters back to 3rd now. Out front alone. Another lap in the books. $7-11 out there leading the way. As we got a downed rider. This might cause a change for the lead. Nothing quite going. Our leader able to make their way out unscathed. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the 7-11. Our race leader out front alone. 521 of Olson holding on to 2nd. Getting some company right behind by the 57 of Lighters. Checkered flag is out for your race winner. The 615 of Colton Winter going to take the win this time by. Julia Olson held on to 2nd, finished 3rd. Late race pass by the 57 of Lighters. So it's Winter, Lighters, Olson, 1, 2, 3. Race 10 about to hit the track, Pro 206. Up next, race 11 are WSA X Classes. Race 12, Transition 8 to 10 should all be in staging. Race 13, Junior 10 to 13 and Junior 16 to 17, as well as Race 14, Junior 14 to 17, Junior Open and 600 Open should all be making your way to staging. For right now, though, Race 10, 21 of Caleb Reinhofer with the heat race win, 25K of Cashton Nelson, 517 of Noah Abraham, 88 of Chase Reinhofer, 113 of Easton Orn, and the 612 of Jace Wurzberger making the lineup for Pro 206. We got one sled over on the northwest side. It looks like it might be needing a tow. So we'll give it just a second before we get back to some green flag action here. As a reminder, just wanted to send a quick shout out to some of our sponsors for the evening as well as the season. Aeroplax Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic Center, and Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation, all not only sponsors of Sunday Funday here at ERX Motor Park, but also sponsors of our streaming here, helping bring us some free live streaming to Sunday Funday. Again, another quick reminder for those of you here in the grandstands, if you have any friends or family that weren't able to make it out here tonight, make sure to send them the link to mbtvsports.com or the MBTV Sports Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube pages where we are live streaming tonight's races for free online. Feel free to send those links over. Even if they weren't able to get out here in person, they can still watch you guys trophy here. Have some fun racing some snowmobiles.
Are you guys feeling this? I'm paying with you everywhere.
And I'm going to go over those little kids.
I'd really like to pay with it.
I know, right?
No, I mean like move. Oh, every payment, everywhere, every time. Don't just pay, pay back.
At Sierra, discover great deals on top brand workout gear, like high-quality walking shoes, which might lead to another discovery.
Oh, little kid, look.
Sierra also has yoga gear. It might be a good place to find yourself. Discover top brands at unexpectedly low prices. Sierra, let's get moving. Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions.
As we clear our final sled off the track, the 12 of Wisebroad, we're back to green flag action here. 21 of Caleb Reinhofer leading the way early.
Quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to pay every time.
5 of our 6 racers making the call.
Yeah, but you're right. Maybe I'll switch it back tomorrow.
Caleb Reinhofer on the 21 with the Mohawk leading the charge. Bobbling over and under. 25K of Nelson was holding on to the lead. Goes up and over on the double. That gives Abraham the chance to move up to second. Reinhofer right behind him in third. Wurzberger in fourth. Nelson back up on his feet, all good to go. He came out squirrely onto the front stretch. Went to the left, went to the right, side by side, up and over the bars. But Nelson seems to be good, back up under his own power, getting a quick pull start. And Nelson's back in this race. Half a lap down, but still going. Out front alone, though, it's still the 21 of Reinhofer.
I got it too, because then when you put...
White flag is out for Reinhofer. One more lap to go for the 21. 5:17 of Abraham right behind him. Let's see if Abraham's able to mount a challenge in this last lap. Wurzburger putting a charge on. Wurzburger making the pass. Not quite going to stick for third. Wurzburger still holding on to second. The 88 of Reinhofer, Chase Reinhofer, that is, holding on to third. Caleb Reinhofer in the lead. Chase Reinhofer in third. Wurzburger in fourth. Looks on the outside. Tries to go through that smooth section. Able to get by. Is he able to make the pass stick, though, side by side into the northwest corner? It's still Chase Reinhofer holding on to third. Wurzburger in fourth. Checkered flag is out, though, for your feature race winner. The 21 of Caleb Reinhofer taking the W. 5:17 of Abraham going to finish second. Who is it for third? Chase Reinhofer going to round out your top three. Race 11 up next, our WSA X classes. In the WSA X Open class, we have the 731 of Jaeger Cordes all alone. In the WSA X 440 Improved class, we had the 198 of Brecklin Bishop and the 26 of Zach O'Mara. Three racers in race 11 are WSA X classes. Up next, we have race 12, transition 8 to 10. Race 13, junior 10 to 13 and junior 16 to 17. They all should be in staging, along with race 14, junior 14 to 17, junior open, 600 open, 18 plus. Green light is out for WSA X class. We started with 4, went down to 3, now we're down to just 2. Two racers up and around the corner over on the west end of the track. Your early race leader coming up onto the front stretch. It's going to be the 731 of Jaeger Cordes leading the way. The 26 of Zach O'Mara right behind him in second. Looks like Bishop isn't making the call this time by. So we've got two racers out there. And an interesting story for this class. Even though we have two riders, both of these are going to end up being feature race winners at the end of this race. 731 of Jaeger Cordes leading the way right now for the WSA X Open class. Right behind him in second overall, it is the 26 of Zach O'Mara who's leading the class for WSA X 440 Improved. So two racers, two winners, first and second overall. Cordes, O'Mara 1-2. Jaeger Cordes through that rhythm section in the middle section of the track. O'Mara right behind him, about half the straightaway behind. Through that west end of the track rhythm section, around the ERX CNA Pro Skis corner. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 731 of Cordes out of Zimmerman, Minnesota. O'Mara holding on to second. Race 11 out on the track now. Race 12, 13, and 14 should all be in staging. Race 15 and 16, Ditch Banger 90 to 99. Heat 1 and 2 should be making your way up to staging if you haven't already. Checkered flag is out, though. The 731 of Jaeger Cordes taking the W. O'Mara finishing second. Green flag is out for race number 12, transition 8 to 10. 707 of Easton Norman, 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, 199 of Corgar, and the 816 of Speaker are your four racers out there today. Side-by-side battle for second and third going on the west end of the track, but out front alone, though, it's the 816 of Speaker. Didn't even podium during the heat race, currently leading the Transition 8 to 10 class. Not if Lambrecht has anything to say about it. 3 wide through the ROX corner. It's still Speaker out front. Now it's the 707 of Norman up to second. Lambrecht back to third. 4 racers out on the track. 3/4 of them side by side for just a moment. It's Speaker, Norman, Lambrecht 1, 2, 3. Korgard just behind in 4th. Onto the front stretch. Another lap in the books for Speaker. The 707 of Norman looks to the inside. Speaker to the outside line. This might be just what Norman needed. Norman able to skirt by. Norman now up to the lead. Speaker back to second. Now Lambrecht's looking to make a move. Lambrecht holds on to third. Nothing quite doing it there through the rhythm section. It's Norman, Speaker, Lambrecht 1, 2, 3. Little bit of space before we get back to the 199 of Ethan Korgard in 4th. Out front alone, Norman holding on to the lead. Speaker trying to make a late charge. Speaker held on to that lead for the first 2 laps, wants to try to get it back. Norman, Speaker, Lambrecht. Speaker looks to the outside, Norman to the inside. This worked in Norman's advantage last lap by. Looks like it's going to do it yet again. Norman now pulling away from the rest of the field. Lambrecht looks to the left side lane, trying to skirt by the 816 of Speaker. They're going to be side by side through that whole shot corner. Might have done just what Lambrecht needed. Lambrecht now up to second, setting his sights on the 707 of Norman. Is he going to have enough time to make a battle for the lead, though? I don't quite think so. Out front alone, one last time onto the front straightaway. 707 of Easton Norman going to take the win. 10 of Lambrecht finishing second. Speaker rounding out your top 3. Green flag is out for our next class. Junior 10 to 13 and Junior 16 to 17. 712 of Peterson. 952 of Rath, 114 of Onstead, 1 of Nagus, 311 of Weisbrod were your 5 racers out there during the heat. Looks like we only have 3 of the racers making the call this time by. First lap in the books, your early race leader is going to be the 952 of Rath. Onstead and the 311 of Weisbrod are second and third. Rath led the heat race early on, ended up finishing second without the 712 of Lane Peterson this time by. Rath looks like they're going to be able to make the race win early on, pulling away from the rest of the field. Rath out front by about 10 sled lengths. Nice little battle there going on between our second and third place riders, though. Onstead and Weisbrod, currently second and third. Onstead has second, looks to the outside. Weisbrod ducks down to the inside. Weisbrod trying to mount a challenge. Side by side through the ROX corner. Weisbrod now up to second. Onstead back to third. Onstead still going strong on the outside, takes that smooth lane on the outside, able to get side by side, not able to repass back for second. The battle's still for second and third. Weisbrod has it, Onstead wants it. Out alone up front, it's still the 952 of Jackson Rath leading the charge. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Rath. Rath, Weisbrod, Onstead 1, 2, 3. Now evenly spaced throughout the field. Weisbrod goes to the outside. Onstead to the inside. This worked for Weisbrod last time. Let's see what it does for Onstead. Onstead able to gain a little bit of ground, but not enough to get up close. Race 13 out on the track now. Race 14. Race 15. And 16, Ditchbanger 90 to 99, Heat 1 and 2 should be in staging. And checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 952 of Rath taking the W. Weisbrod going to hold on for second. Onstead rounding out your top 3. Green light is out. Smith, Peterson, Winter, Ilstrup, Olsen, Reinhardt, your racers this time by. 6 racers, 3 classes, 2 in each. Out front alone and pulling away from the rest of the field, your early race leader. It's the 068 of Smith leading the way like they did during the heat. Don't count out the 711 of Winter. Winter holding on strong for second. 712 of Lane Peterson holding on for third. Smith, Winter, Peterson, 1, 2, 3. Smith and Peterson in the 600 Open 18 class. Winter in the Junior Open class. So even though Winter's in second overall, he's currently leading the Junior Open class. Onto the front stretch. Smith, Winter, Peterson, 1, 2, 3. Top 2 riders ducking to the inside of the Power Lodge corner. Peterson to the outside. It's the 182 of Ilstrup in 4th. And the 521 of Olsen in 5th. Smith, Winter, Peterson, still your top 3. Half a lap advantage over our 4th place rider, the 182 of Ilstrup, and the 521 of Olsen. 33 of Reinhardt rounding out your 6 sled field. Checkered flag is out for your race winner. Smith taking the win for Olsen Plumbing River Valley Repair. Winter and Peterson rounding out your top 3 just like we saw in the heat. Race 15 and 16, heat 1 and 2 for Ditchbanger 90 to 99 class. Green light is out for heat number 1. Stout, Crawford, Lighters, Anderson, Grabaugh, Lundstrom, Smizek, Weber racing into that hole shot corner. Side-by-side battles for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th raging on. One rider going to the outside of all of them trying to make some ground up. Early advantage is going to be the 575, 167, and the 156. Stout currently in 3rd, making his way up through the field. Stout won the heat race, trying to get back up and do so here in the feature. Out front, side by side though, it's the 167. We're single file back throughout the field. Stout trying to make moves. Stout up to 2nd, I believe. It's 167, 575, 156. Lighters in 2nd. $167, our mystery rider this time by. Don't have a name for him, but he's out front leading the charge, pulling away from the rest of the field. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for the 167. Stout, Lighters are 2 and 3. Single file for heat number 1 of our Ditch Banger 90 to 99 class. One last time out onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for your feature race winner, the 167. Taking home the W. 156 a Stout, finishing second. And side-by-side battle, bumping and banging. It's the 575 of Lighters holding on to the lead. Holding on to third, I should say. As we drop the lights for heat number 2 of our Ditch Banger class. Peterson, Ilstrup, Ratz, Barber, Wagner, Geiger, Weiland, Quapic. Out front alone, though, your only sled without a light. It's the 8 of Peterson leading the way like they did early on. 177 and 116 behind. Ratz and Wagner second and third. It's Peterson, Ratz, Wagner. Ilstrup in fourth. We're single file throughout the pack. Going over onto the west end of the track through the rhythm section. Peterson putting another lap in the books with the lead. Rath, Wagner, Ilstrup, Barber, your top 5. Second through fifth, all in close proximity to each other. Ilstrup in fourth, trying to make moves to get up onto that podium spot. Ilstrup to the outside, up through, over Wagner. Ilstrup now up to third, setting their eyes on second. Ilstrup trying to take over from the 177 of Ratz. We're 3 wide on the west end of the track. Peterson still out front alone. One more lap to go for Peterson. Then it's Wagner, Ratz, Ilstrup, second, third, and fourth. Wagner now up to second, setting his eyes on Peterson. One sled length behind. Wagner looks to the outside, nothing working there. Dips down low, Peterson's right there though. Each way Wagner goes, Peterson is able to counter. Wagner to the outside. Peterson struggling through the rhythm section. We have a new race leader up to the front. Last lap charge on the outside. Your race winner, the 116 of Lucas Wagner, taking the W. Peterson finishing second. Ilstrup rounding out your top 3. Race 17. 3 riders in transition 8 to 12 combined. The 114 of Onstad, the 535 of Dauphin, and the 199 of Korgard. Zooming out of the gate. One rider pulling away from the rest of the field. I believe that possibly is the 114 of Cade Onstad. Onto the front stretch. Onstad, your early race leader. Dauphin in second. Korgard in third. Onstad pulling away from the rest of the field. Taking that lead and running with it. We're all evenly spaced throughout our transition 8 to 12 combined class. It's Onstad, Dauphin, Korgard 1, 2, 3 over on the west end of the track. Another lap in the book for Onstad. Race 17 out on the track now. Up next, Race 18, Ditchbanger Twins and Leaf Spring. Race 19, plus 30 Snowcross and Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009 Heat 1 should be in the staging area, along with Heat 2 for that race as well. Making your way up to staging should be Race 21, the TSS 440 to 600 Invitational, and our 2-up race. Back on the track, however, white flag is out for Onstead. One more lap to go for Cade on the 114. Cade racing this year with thanks from All Finish Concrete and Fly Racing, making the haul over from Harwood, North Dakota. Onstead, Doffing, Korgard still racing 1, 2, 3. And just like that, one last time out onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for Cade. Onstead taking the W. Doffing finishing second. Korgard rounding out your top 3. For race 18, green light is out. Black, Cordis, Sandgren, Tron, Smith going into the track. 6 racers. Out front, leading the way early, it's the 731 of Cordis, but don't count out the 144 of Heat Race winner Brady Black. Black in second currently, setting his sights on the 731 of Cordis. Just behind them in third, the 068 of Peyton Smith in your top 3 position. Side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th. Currently in 4th, it's the 716 of Jory Cordis. 74 of Dawson Tron, hot on his tail in 5th, trying to take over that 4th place position. Cordis, Black, Smith, Cordis, Tron, Sandgren as your stand currently runs. Out front, though, a pass for the win, or a pass for the lead. 144 of Brady Black now up to your first place position. Jager Cordis back to second. And Black is running away with it. Takes over the lead. Absolutely pulls away. Already a full straightaway advantage from Black to Cordis. Smith back in third. Half a straightaway behind Cordis. In that battle for 4th and 5th, it's still Cordis, Tron. Tron looks to the inside, tries to make that pass work. Side by side, Tron on the right, Cordis on the left. Tron able to make the pass stick as Brody Black takes the white flag. One more lap to go for Brady Black. Black, Cordis, Smith, Tron, Cordis, Sandgren. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tron took over 4th and pulled away from the 716 of Jory Cordis. Out front alone, though. Checkered flag is out. Brady Black taking the W. Jager Cordis going to finish second. Smith going to round out your top 3. Race 19, plus 30 Snowcross has the 26 of Zach O'Mara. Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009 Heat 1 has the 3 of Nyber, 6 of Peterson, 10 of Koffler, 26 of Gross, 128 of O'Rourke, 167 of Lundstrom, and the 227 of Sandgren. Green flag is out for race 19. Early race leader out there in the yellow, getting the whole shot, trying to pull away. One rider up, almost over, able to hold on. Supermaned it there for just a bit on that northwest corner. held on. It's the 167 of Lundstrom in the lead. The 6 of Peterson in second. Peterson had been your race leader for the heat race. Ended up having some troubles over there on the northwest left-hand corner. It didn't end up finishing after needing to get a tow. See if he might be able to battle back and make it worth it.
Oh, somebody's making a charge.
Back onto the front stretch. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Peterson takes it back over on the outside. 167 of Lundstrom back to second. Peterson trying to pull away in just this first corner. Already doing so. 1 sled length, 2 sled length, 3, 4, 5, 6 sled lengths ahead. The 167 of Lundstrom. Right behind them, we have the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke in third. Trying to slowly but surely pull up to make some moves to take over that second place position from Lundstrom. Currently nothing going on there, though. One lap later after that pass for the lead and already a straightaway ahead. Peterson setting his sights, going further out, taking the inside line of the Power Lodge left-hand corner. Lundstrom to second. 128 of O'Rourke in third. Behind them, our fourth place competitor trying to slowly reel in those top 3. One last time onto the front stretch, though. After wrecking out of the heat, checkered flag is out for your feature race winner, the 6 of Gavin Peterson, sponsored by FTA Skidoo Bikeman Performance. Finishing in second, the 167 of Sam Lundstrom. Third and fourth, it's the 26 and the 128. 26 of Gross finishing third. 128 of O'Rourke finishing fourth. Green light is out for Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 Heat 2. 6 racers out there. $4Z of Forsland, 74 of Tron, 93 of Schmidt, 197 of Bishop, 393 of Principali, 716 of Cordis, 725 of Hansen, and the 198. Leading the charge out front early, it's the 716 of Cordis. 4Z of Forsland, 3 wide going into the Power Lodge corner. Forsland with the slight advantage, 198 sitting third, trying to take over second and move up to the lead. 198, your heat race winner, now up to second. Forsland back to third. Battles as one rider goes down, that's the 74 of Tron. Tron had been holding on to fourth, went sideways, got up over the bars. Almost got ran over by his competition, but didn't quite. Out front alone, though. It's now the 198 back up to the lead, like we saw in the heat race. Cordis back to second. Forsland still holding on to third. $198, Cordis, Forsland, and the 725 of Hansen in fourth. 93 of Carter Schmidt in third, or fourth. My apologies. As we've got one rider down in the ROX left-hand corner. Might have been Cordis, our second place rider. Having trouble getting things restarted. 198 setting a blistering pace, more than a straightaway advantage over second place. Takes that inside line where our downed rider is. 4Z of Forsland now up to second after Cordis went down. So it's the 198, Forsland in second. followed by the 725 of Hansen in third. Hansen now in a podium position. 93 of Carter Schmidt setting his eyes, trying to take over that third place spot. Schmidt currently in fourth. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our field. After going down early, the 74 of Tron back up to fifth. It's the 198. Forsland, Hansen, Schmidt, Tron, as the 198 takes the W this time by. Forsland gonna finish second. And a side-by-side battle for third. Who's it gonna be at the line? The 93 of Schmidt gonna make the pass and take third place. Up next, our new class for the evening, the Thomas Snow Sports 440 to 600 Invitational, a new class that we're offering this week thanks to Thomas Snow Sports. Open chassis mods for these 94 to 2002 Articat 440 to 600 cc sleds. 3 riders side by side at the green light into the hole shot. One rider early on reigns supreme. Out front early, taking the first green flag. It's going to be the 22 of Barber with the early lead. 83 of Spicer currently in second. Company on his right-hand side, however. Barber leading the way through the switchbacks. Spicer in second. 45 of Anderson in third. Then we have the fourth place rider, just a hot second behind him, as we're now single file throughout the field.
How's the production feel from in there? Pretty cool? It looks pretty good.
22 of Barber, still your race leader with 2 laps left to go. Side-by-side battle for second and third. The 45 of Anderson able to make the pass over Spicer. Anderson now up to second, Spicer back to third. The 623 of Pellet behind them in fourth. Don't count out the 17X of Gary Rude, though. Rude trying to make a move from fifth up to fourth. Rude to the outside. Trying to make that pass. Not quite able to do it this time by, as the white flag is out for Barber on the 22. It's Barber, Spicer, Anderson. Anderson had made the pass, wasn't able to quite let it stick, as Spicer's now back up to second.
A lot.
Pellet sitting in fourth, has some company. On the outside, Rude able to make the pass stick. Rude now up to fourth. Pellet back to fifth. And the 54 of Anderson back to sixth. And just like that, the 22 of Tyler Barber is going to take the win for O'Mara Motorsports and Thomas Snow Sports. In second, it'll be the 83 of Spicer and the 45 of Anderson rounding out your top three. And just like that, that'll bring a close to our first round of feature races. We have our track prep out there now. We're going to take a few minutes to do a quick intermission here. For those of you in the grandstands, feel free to grab a bite to eat at one of our 2 food trucks that we have out back. We're featuring Barbecue Junkies as well as Pizza Barn food truck out there. Feel free to stop by, grab some nice warm food from them. For those of you streaming live on mbtvsports.com, make sure to hit us back up here as we get started for our final round of feature races in just a few minutes.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. First call for our first few races to start making their way up.
What line is this, Jim? Like, where's this plugging at?
This is Mike 1.
This is Mike 1?
Yeah. Race number 1, 120 improved stock and 200 open should be starting to make their way up, along with race 2, Snow Scoot Snow Sport, and races 3 and 4, that'll be 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 1 and 2. Once again, first call. We still have a little bit of time here, but started to get ready for our first few classes of the night. Once again, race 1, 120 improved stock, 200 open. Race 2, Snow Scoot Snow Sport. And races 3 and 4 are 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 1 and 2 classes. Should slowly but surely be getting their final changes ready to go and pulled up to staging here, as we will be green flag racing a little bit later on. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Second call for our first 4 races to begin making their way to staging. If you haven't already, make sure you're finishing up your final adjustments. You should be heading up to staging right now. Race number 1, 120 improved stock and 200 open. Race 2, snow scoot, snow sport. And then races 3 and 4, 200 stock 9 to 12, heats 1 and 2 should all be up in staging. We will be green flag racing here in just a couple minutes. So make your way up to staging if you haven't already so that we can get back to green flag action ASAP. This is our final call to staging for races 1 through 4. Race number 1, 120 improved stock and 200 open. You are about to go out on the track, so make sure you are up there. Race 2, snow scoot, snow sport. And races 3 and 4, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heats 1 and 2 should all be in staging. Once again, this is our final announcement for staging for our first 4 races. We will be green flag racing in just a minute or two. And just like that, green flag is out for our third and final set of races on the evening. Feature race number 2, you were here for heat race 1, you were here for feature race 1. Now we're on to feature number 2, so a fully different point settings for this last round of races. We are out there right now with our very first feature race of this section. Race number 1, 120 improved stock and 200 open out on the track right now. 200 open class leading the way early. We got the 612 of Jace Wurzberger doing what he's done all night in this class, leading the charge. 989 of Custodio in second. The 88 of Reinhofer in third overall, leading the 120 improved stock class. Just behind them outside of the top 3, we have the 725 of Halada and the 123X of Noah Olson rounding out our 5 sled field. Like I said, one last time we'll be going through these races for the evening, but as a reminder, we will be back tomorrow as well. We'll be back for round 6 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series. Gates and registration opening at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Riders meeting at 9:15. Practice at 10:15 with heat racing starting at 11 a.m. So we will be back for a whole nother day of snowcross action here at ERX Motor Park for round number 6 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series. But right now, we're focused on round number 5. Tonight, white flag is out in our first race of this section. 612 of Jace Wurzberger leading the charge ahead of the 989 of Tyler Custodio in second. About 10 sled lengths behind Custodio, we have the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, third place overall, leading the pack for the 120 improved stock class. One last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out. The 612 of Jace Wurzberger, your first feature race winner of this section. Custodio gonna finish second, and Reinhofer rounding out your top 3. Race number 2, Snow Scoot Snow Sport. They've won the first 2 races in this class. The 357 of Carson Krochik, 75 of Addison Schmeideker, 3 of Cashton Nelson, 8 of Leo Schmeideker, and the 44 of Brecken Gorsinger. Making the lineup for race number 2 of the night, Snow Scoot Snow Sport. Green light is out, and away we go. Down the start straightaway, early race leader. I believe it's going to be the 357 of Krochek leading the way, like we've seen him do the rest of the night. But he's got company to his side. We might be flirting with 2 wide on the west end of the field. Out front alone, Krochik, Schmeideker, Nelson going to be your top 3. Krochik won the first 2 races. Leo Schmeideker podiumed last race. Cashton Nelson, currently in third, actually went down twice last race. Finished second the first race of the night. Looking to try to get on that podium once again tonight. But we've got that side-by-side battle raging for third and fourth. Nelson getting all mixed up in that. Out front alone, though, it's still Carson Krochek piloting the DLO Excavating and Demolition Yamaha out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Krochek. Schmeideker going across. Addison Schmeideker now up to third. Addison podiumed both of the 2 races. Was able to capitalize on Nelson's crashes last race. Finished second. Schmeideker trying to go 3 for 3 on the podiums as Nelson moves back to 4th and slowly but surely dips further away. 44 of Brecken Gorsinger rounding out your top 5. Single file throughout the field. Checkered flag is out for the 357 of Carson Krochek taking the win. Schmeideker going 2-3. Nelson in fourth. Race 3, heat 1 of 2 for our 200 stock 9-12 class. Hitting the track. 939 of Storley, 10 of Lambrick, 17 of Owens, 702 of Zebro, 708 of Carlson, 989 of Custodio. Early race leader is going to be the 939 of Storley taking the whole shot. Storley's won both of the races leading up to this, trying to sweep the night in the 200 stock 9-12 Heat 1 class. At the line, it's Storley, Lambrecht, Owen 1, 2, 3, as they've been all night so far. Custodio, Carson, Zebro.
How does the announcer sound? A lot better. Keeping up with the social media comments too. It seems like that's going pretty good.
White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 939 of Storley leading the charge. Lambrecht about half a straightaway behind him. Owen in third right behind them. It's Storley, Lambrecht, Owen 1, 2, 3. Custodio, Carson, Zebro just outside. Single file throughout the field. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for the stud boy, garage door doctor number 939 of Everett Storley taking the W. Lambrecht going to finish second for BCM Racing and Heinens. And Auburn Owen going to round out the top three on the 17. That was heat number 1 for 200 stock 9-12. Let's see what heat number 2 brings us. The 21 of Reinhofer, 122 of May, 612 of Wurzburger, 311R of Pellet, and 56 of Kimball. Hit the track. Out front early, it's the Mohawk Master, the 21 of Reinhofer leading the charge. May hot behind on his tails, and the 612 of Wurzburger in third. Reinhofer is going to take the whole shot. Side-by-side battle going on for second and third. May has it. Wurzburger wants it. They've finished 1, 2, 3 all night long in this class. Wurzburger trying to make an upset move up to second place. Side-by-side on the west end of the track through the rhythm section. It's Reinhofer out front, but in second, it's still May and Wurzburger. May on the inside, Wurzburger on the outside. Wurzburger ducks down, May goes to the outside. This might be Wurzburger's shot. Wurzburger's up to second, May back to third. Wurzburger secured that second place spot. Wurzburger up to 2, Carson May back to third. Out front, pulling away from the drama, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer leading the charge. Wurzburger still holding on to second, but May's not going to go without a challenge. May holding on, setting him in his sights. 2 sled lengths separate second and third. Through the rhythm section, Reinhofer pulling away from the rest of the field. Doesn't want to get involved in any of that drama. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Reinhofer. Wurzburger able to slowly but surely pull away from the 122 of Carson May. 311R of Leah Pellet puts in another lap. One more lap to go for Leah, as well as the 56 of Rory Kimball. Single file throughout the field. He's done it every other race in this class tonight. And one more time, Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-Star Heating and Plumbing, and Rough Cut Grill and Bar. Checkered flag is out for the 21 of Caleb Reinhoff out of Malacca, Minnesota. Wurzburger going to finish second this time by 122 of May, rounding out your top three. This brings us to race number 5 of the evening, 120 stock. Two different race winners in this class earlier, the 179 of Aria Simonson and the 122X of Jack Erickson. We have the 100 of August Nelson, the 905 of Willow Abraham, 25B of Bowden Nelson, 555 of Amelia Mickelson, and the 829 of Bryson Letourneau, all taking the green flag. One of them out front leading early looks to be the 122X of Jack Erickson leading the charge, taking the whole shot. 179 of Aria Simonson in second. Erickson won the heat race in this class earlier, leading the charge, taking the whole shot in this second final main event of the evening. At the line, out front, pulling away, it's the 122X of Erickson. The 905 of Abraham in second. Simonson back to third. Simonson going to pass back Abraham. Simonson back up to second. Abraham back to third. 1, 2, 3 as it currently sits. One last time over onto the west end of the stands, through the rhythm section from Hanover, Minnesota. The C. Olson Concrete sponsored racer taking the white flag this time by. It's the 122X of Jack Erickson leading the charge. Simonson's hot on his tail, though. Simonson might be trying to mount a challenge. These are our two race winners from earlier on, trying to decide who it's going to be for this final race of the 120 stock class for the evening.
That is, I think you got to turn that back up, but we have our own deal. That's for us. We need to turn that back up because you can't hear the announcer out here at all anymore. No, it's just that main. The main is the main.
Side by side into the northwest corner.
We got to turn that back up, but we got to turn down.
Simonson to the inside.
There's a main for our roll, and that's the one that we got to change.
We've got a pass for the lead. Simonson now up to the lead.
I'm gonna go. Yep, I do know which one it is. I know which one you did.
One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for your dual feature race winner, the 179 of Simonson taking the win. 122X of Erickson finishing second. And it'll be the 905 of Willow Abraham rounding out your top three. Race 6 about to hit the track. Junior girls under 200cc. Your dual race winner from earlier on today, the 708 of J.C. Carlson. 619 of Aubrey Erickson out of Hanover, Minnesota. And second, the 311R of Leah Pellet and the 179 of Emmy Simonson rounding out your four-sled field. We're going to let our final two racers get off the track from our 120 stock classes before we bring it on over to the junior girls side. Checkered flag is out for the 25B of Bowden Nelson. Green flag is out for junior girls. JC Carlson with the early race lead. 619 of Aubrey Erickson right behind her.
Just wait till you do it. Just leave it up there.
At the line, it's Carlson, Erickson, Pellet 1, 2, 3. Right behind them, the 179 of Emmy Simison, rounding out your top four. Battle for the lead. Erickson to the inside. Carlson holding on to the lead, able to keep up front. Carlson still your race leader. Erickson's going to do whatever it can to get by. Carlson ducks down to the inside. Erickson's looking to the outside, going to try to skirt by on that left-hand corner. Erickson tucks down. Carlson shuts the door. Carlson's still your leader. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Carlson and Erickson. Erickson looks to the inside, going through this split lane. Carlson goes outside. Erickson to the inside. We have a new race leader. Erickson up to the lead. Carlson battling back on the outside. Erickson slides up. Erickson now your sole race leader. Carlson back to second. And with that, Erickson isn't going to let anything happen, trying to pull away from Carlson as best she can. It's now Erickson, Carlson, Pellet 1, 2, 3. Erickson now 2 sled lengths ahead of Carlson with a third of a lap left to go. Are we going to be able to see a challenge for the lead once again? And just like that, Erickson walked away with it. First time feature race winner of the night, the 619 of Aubrey Erickson taking the win for C. Olson Concrete. JC Carlson finishing second, Pellet rounding out your top three. Race 7, heat number 1 of 2 for our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. The 99 of Geyer currently sitting third out front, leading the charge. It's the 85X of Neifel. 816 of Monty Spicar was able to get the whole shot, but it's the 85X of Neifel who's moved up to the lead. Neifel, Speaker, Geyer, your top three. Geyer looks to the inside of Speaker, trying to take over second. Neifel and Speaker go to the outside, Geyer to the inside. This might be but the perfect move for Geyer as he's able to go from third up to first in one corner. It's now Geyer in the lead, Neifel in second. Neifel fighting back though, nothing able to do it though. Geyer, Neifel, Speaker, 1, 2, 3. Out front, leading the charge like he has in the last 2 races of the evening for this class. Easton Geyer out of Buffalo, Minnesota, racing for Grumpy's Outdoors. Gonna take the white flag this time by. One more lap to go for Geyer and co. At the line, it's Geyer, Neifel, Speaker, 1, 2, 3. Speaker looks to the outside of Neifel. Neifel takes that inside line. Speaker to the outside. Speaker's got the smooth line. Neifer's got the short line. Neifer able to hold on. He slides down low. Speaker up high through the inside. Speaker now up to second. Neifel's going to battle back on the outside, though. He's got that smooth line. Doesn't have the rollers. Side by side onto the right-hand corner. Kneifel back up to second now, as we've got both of them bumping, banging, going over the bars. One rider almost runs over them. Doesn't quite. Both sleds down, battling for second and third, bumped into each other a little too much, caused both of them to go up and over, which is going to give the 99 of Geyer a chance to take the win. You can see on this instant replay for those live streaming, the 85X of Kneifel tries to cut down, doesn't quite let it work. That gives the 10R of Bitsin a chance to finish second. And the 140 of Gorsinger to round out your top three. Race 8 up next, heat number 2 of our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. We have the 910 of Henrik Storley, the 517 of Noah Abraham, 102 of Breck May, 23 of Liam Peterson, 409 of Hayes Carlson, and 729 of Noah Olson, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio. Green light is out, and away we go. It's anyone's guess into the first turn. And it's going to be the 910 of Henrik Storley taking the whole shot. Storley won the first 2 races in this class. Trying to do so again, this time by. Right behind him, we have the 517 of Noah Abraham in third. But in second, it's the 23 of Liam Peterson. Peterson finished third last time by. Now holding on to second, but Abraham isn't going to let that happen. Abraham trying to push up to second. Peterson cuts down low. Not going to do it for Abraham. Looks to the outside, trying to make a pass on Storley. Storley able to hold on. But Peterson's charging down the inside, side by side, slight advantage to Storley. It's Storley, Peterson, Abraham, 1, 2, 3.
Keep both hands. Pretty sure that camera bat.
Through the rhythm section on the west end of the track, Storley pulling away from his competitors. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 910 of Elko, Minnesota's Henrik Storley. 23 of Liam Peterson in second. The 517 of Noah Abraham in third. Don't count out the 102 of Breck May, though. Our top 4 competitors have all been podium placers in this class tonight. They're all trying to do it one last time on the evening. Storley, Peterson, Abraham, May, 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of space before we get back to the 989 of Custodio. And a 2-rider battle at the back of the field between the 729 of Noah Olson and the 409 of Hayes Carlson. Olson has it. Carlson wants it. Checkered flag is out. The double wide, Krupp's Resort, Stud Boy, the Garage Door Doctor. 910 of Henrik Storley taking a third win, sweeping the class. Peterson finishing second. Abraham rounding out your top 3. Race number 9, green flag is out for our ditch banger class. 7 racers. All 7 making the cut. Ezrin Lighters in the Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17 class going to take the early race lead in the whole shot, leading that Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17 class tonight. Competition to the inside, though. I believe it's the 615 of Colton Winter trying to get by. It's Lighters, Winter, the 521 of Olson in third, the 59 of Knighton in fourth.
Night and day serum. It's like beauty sleep for your hair. This serum works around the clock to fight daily damage and strengthen hair. ABC 24/7.
Side by side battle for the lead.
Sleep for your hair. No matter
to the inside. The pass is made. Winter now up to the lead. Winter leading the charge. Leiter's back to second. Olson holding on for third. 59 of Knighton in fourth overall, leading the junior ditchbanger 10-13 class. Little bit of space before we get back to the 1 of, I believe, Peyton Weisbrod, and the 27 of Casey Scott.
Now get rid of them. There you go.
Pulling away from the rest of the field. White flag is out for Colton Winter. Looks like Leiter's got mixed up. Leiter's way back now off the pace. Olson just behind them. It's Winter, Leiter's, Olson, your top three. And one last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out. Amsoil, Andy's Towing, CNA Pro Skis, Polaris, Rockspeed FX. Give it up for the 6:15 of Colton Winter from Monticello, Minnesota. Ezra Leiter's on the 57, going to finish second. 5:21 of Julia Olson rounding out your top three. Race number 10 up next, Pro 206. Race 11 are WSA X Classes. Race 12, Transition 8-10. Race 13, Junior 10-13 and Junior 16-17 should all be in staging. Race 14, Junior 14-17, Junior Open, 600 Open. And Race 15, Ditch Banger 90-99, Heat 1 should all be making your way up to staging. For the Pro 206 class, early race lead, gonna go to the Mohawk man himself. Already race winner tonight, 21 of Caleb Reinhofer taking the early hole shot. 21's got the lead, and then we're four wides for a second, right behind for second, third, fourth, and fifth. One rider comes out up front. I believe that's the 5:17 of Noah Abraham in second, but we've got a side-by-side battle for third and fourth to round out that podium. Abraham looks to the outside, goes inside, trying to make a move on the 21 of Reinhofer. It's the 6:12 of Würzberger in third, looking to capitalize if something happens to those top two competitors. Reinhofer, Abraham, Würzberger 1, 2, 3. Then it's the 25K of Cashton Nelson, just behind them in fourth, and the 88 of Reinhofer in fifth. Trying to make it too wide on the backstretch. Abraham looks to the outside. Nothing quite going there. He's got one more lap to make something work. It's Caleb Reinhofer out front. Abraham in second. Würzberger in third. Nelson in fourth. Chase Reinhofer in fifth. All equally separated by about 4 sled lengths. Reinhofer, Abraham, Würzberger, Nelson, Reinhofer. And once again onto the front straightaway. Leading it flag to flag. Checkered flag is out. Sweeping the class, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer winning it for Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment. Abraham second, Würzberger rounding out your top three. Race 11 are WSA X Classes. Last race, we only had 2 competitors make it. The 731 of Jaeger Cordes in the WSA X Open class, and in the WSA X 440 class, the 26 of Zach O'Mara. Looks like we only have the 2 competitors again. Cordes, O'Mara, 1, 2 as it currently sits, same as we had last time by. Both of these racers going to take home a win in their respective divisions. And while we have our two racers out there, we'll take a quick second to hear a word from some of our sponsors.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for coming out for another weekend of Sunday Funday. Always a pleasure to have you out here with us at ERX. We couldn't do it without you, and we sure couldn't do it without this incredible list of sponsors here. At the top of the list, we want to thank our friends from the Hunter Hool Foundation, DLO Excavating, Aeroplex Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic, Fox, Husqvarna, CNA Pro Skis, Stud Boy, Woody's, MBTV Sports Live Streaming, 509, Caliber, Power Lodge, and Chopper Power Sports.
Once again, thank you to all our sponsors who are able to make the 2025 Sunday Funday experiences out here for you guys, ready to go. We couldn't be here without all of them. Back on the track, we have the 731 of Jaeger Cordes leading the way in the WSA X Open class. White flag is out. Half a lap left to go. One last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered is out. Jaeger Cordes going to take the win for Lindsey Keene State Farm and Henko Utilities. Rounding out the field, Zach O'Mara is going to finish second overall for O'Mara Motorsports and Thomas Snow Sports. Green flag is out for race number 12, transition 8 to 10. The 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, your early race leader, getting the whole shot. At the line, it's looking to be the 10 of Lambrecht, the 816 of Speaker, and the 707 of Norman, 1, 2, 3. Norman's won the first two races. Lambrecht's finished second in both of them. Trying to take that sweep away from Norman this time. It's Lambrecht, Norman, Speaker, 1, 2, 3. Then a little bit of space before we get back to Korgard. Without any competition ahead of him, Lambrecht has definitely been able to pull away from the rest of the field, setting a blistering pace. Lambrecht takes the outside, Norman to the inside. This might work to Norman's advantage, as that lane seems to be working pretty well for people tonight. Norman's able to gain a little bit of speed on him, but not much, as Lambrecht absolutely plows through that rhythm section at the middle of the track. About 6 sled lengths in between our top two competitors, another 10 sled lengths before we get back to the third place racer of Monty Speaker from Mason, Iowa. This time by, white flag is out for our transition 8 to 10 competitors. Race number 12 on the track now. Race number 13, junior 10 to 13 and junior 16 to 17 in the staging area, along with race 14, junior 14 to 17, junior open and 600 open 18 plus. Race number 15 and 16, ditch banger 90 to 99, heats 1 and 2 should be making their way up to staging if they aren't already, along with race 17, transition 8 to 12 combined. Right now, though, back on the track, he's led it from light to light. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, taking away the W. 707 of Easton Norman finishing second, and it's going to be Speaker rounding out your top three. Race 13, green flag is out. Hammers are dropped, and away they go. It's side by side. Who's the whole shot going to? It's the 952 of Jackson Rath taking the whole shot, leading the charge early on. Rath out front, behind him, two hungry competitors in second and third. Side by side, slight advantage to the 114 of Onstead. It's Rath, Onstead, Weisbrod, 1, 2, 3. Rath pulling away from the rest of his competitors. Onstead takes the outside, Weisbrod to the inside. Onstead able to hold on to that second place position, but might have some difficulties getting sideways, bobbling a bit, able to hold on. Onstead still in second, Weisbrod all over his tail. Looks to the outside, side by side, going into the CNA Pro Skis left-hand corner onto the front stretch. Once again, side by side, it's Onstead and Weisbrod. Onstead has second, Weisbrod wants it. Both take the inside route, trying to go the quickest way. Weisbrod ducks down low. Onstead ducks down lower. Out front, it's still Jackson Rath with no issues in front of him, going early, going easy. Onstead has some trouble. That's just what Weisbrod needed to get up to second, but Weisbrod also has issues. Onstead back down to the inside, ducks down low. Weisbrod still holding on to second. Onstead now with the slight advantage. Onstead spun around a little bit on the northwest corner. Weisbrod was able to get by, but then had some issues in the rhythm section, giving Onstead the option to go back to second. It's Rath, Onstead, Weisbrod. The battle to watch, folks, is for second and third right here. Rath's in the lead. He's got this no problem, but who's it going to be for second? Checkered flag is out for UP Cycle and Sports. Number 952 of Jackson Rath. Second place, though. Drag race to the end. Onstead gonna take second. Weisbrod in third. Gates are out. It's going to be the 068 of Peyton Smith with the early lead in the whole shot. Smith leading the 600 Open 18-plus class in the overall right now. Right behind him, the 711 of Colton Winter and the 712 of Lane Peterson rounding out your top three. Winter in second overall, leading the Junior Open class.
I'm assuming you are.
Peterson in third, currently sitting second in the 600 Open class. In fourth, we have a battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth between Ilstrup, Olsen, and Reinhardt.
But I would like you to try to give them a camera. I don't care if it's
Up front, it's still Smith in the lead. The 711 of Winter's looking to the inside. Winter trying to find a place to make the pass, not quite doing it. Our top three are all just a sled length apart from each other. Winter looks to the outside. Smith goes outside as well. Nothing going there. 712 of Peterson waiting in the wings, trying to see what options he might have with those two in front of him. Smith goes outside. This is just what Winter needed. Winter ducks down. Winter's your new race leader. Winter out front. Smith in second. Peterson in third. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 711 of Colton Winter. 712 of Lane Peterson able to get by Smith as well. Bobbles it, goes down. Smith back up to second. Peterson back to third. Trying to get that sled up. Gonna go further back outside of the podium now. Gets back on, able to hold on to third, but the rest of his competition is long gone. Peterson in third, now have some issues right behind him. The 182 of Ilstrup hot on his tail, along with the 521 of Julia Olsen. Out front, though, taking the win. And the upset, the 7-11 of Colton Winter stealing the sweep away from the 068 of Peyton Smith, who finishes second. And it's going to be the 7-12 of Lane Peterson rounding out your top three. Six sleds at gate drop. The 104 of Nathan Crawford taking the whole shot. Crawford finished second in the heat race in this class earlier. Didn't even podium last time by. Now leading the charge here. It's Crawford, the 167 in second, and the 156 of Stout in third. We're all single file, but only half a sled length between all of our competitors. Crawford on the inside, the 167 looks to the outside. New race leader as the 167 makes his way by Crawford. Crawford in second, getting pressure from Stout in third. Stout able to get side by side. Stout now up to second. Crawford way to the outside. Gets sideways. Crawford back to fourth now. Side by side battle. Crawford not trying to put up with it. It's the 167 leading the way. The 575 now of Lighters up to second. Crawford back to third. Stout in fourth. Stout moves up to third now. Crawford back to fourth once again. Stout setting his eyes on second. Lighters holds on strong. Stout in third. Stout takes the inside line. Lighters on the outside. Lighters able to hold on to second. It's now the 167. Lighters in second. Stout in third. Crawford in fourth. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 167 as the 575 of Lighters looks to the inside. A bobble from the 167. Lighters tries to capitalize. Nothing there. 167 almost to a dead stop. Lighters looks to the inside. Nothing going on there. Stout still waiting in the wings, trying to let something work for him. Both riders looking low, trying to get through one more time down the rhythm section on the west end of the track. Stout in second, not gonna work on the inside. 167 taking the win. Stout finishing third, and the 575 of Lighters finishing second. As the green flag is out for heat number 2 of our Ditch Banger 90 to 99 class. The 8 of Alex Peterson going to take the whole shot in heat number 2. He won the heat race, just barely finished second in the feature, the first feature. Leading the charge this time by. It's Peterson. The 116 of Wagner. 1 and 2. Peterson, Wagner, and the 177 of Rats in third. We're single file throughout the pack, but we've got some close battles going on. Side by side for 1 and 2. Peterson has it. Wagner dips to the inside. They may have touched going into that first turn. Peterson still holds on to the lead. Wagner to the inside, looking to make anything work that might work. It's Peterson, Wagner, Rats, 1, 2, 3. Peterson takes the outside to inside line. Wagner the inside to outside. Pulling away from the 177 of Rats in third. And the 621 of Daniel Weiland in there as well. At the back of the pack. Another lap in the books for Weiland. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the Peterson-Wagner battle. Peterson holding on. Side-by-side battle. Ilstrup trying to move up to third. It's Ilstrup and Rats. Rats has third. Ilstrup trying to make it work. Peterson, Wagner, Rats, Ilstrup, your top four. Through the rhythm section one last time. A bobble from Peterson. But he's able to hold strong with Wagner in a last-second lap. Making the pass. Wagner going to take the win. Peterson second, and also a last lap pass for third. Ilstrup finishing third. Rats back to fourth. Race 17, green flag is out. 3 riders. Whole shot. Gonna go to the 114 of Cade Onstead. He's won the first 2 races, looking to clean sweep the transition 8 to 12 class. It's Onstead, Doffing, Korgard, 1, 2, 3.
Give it a try at fitbowl.com/save. $45 upfront payment equivalent to $15 per month. New customers on first 3 months plan only. Taxes and fees extra. Free flow above 40 gigabytes per second.
Onstead still leading the charge. Doffing in second. Korgard in third. Another lap in the books for Onstead.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for coming out for another weekend of Sunday Funday. Always a pleasure to have you out here with us at ERX. We couldn't do it without you, and we sure couldn't do it without this incredible list of sponsors here. At the top of the list, we want to thank our friends from the Hunter Hool Foundation, DLO Excavating, Aeroplex Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic, Fox, Husqvarna, CNA Pro Skis, Stud Boy, Woody's, MBTV Sports Live Streaming, 509, Caliber, Power Lodge, and Chopper Power Sports.
Checkered flag is out for Cade Onstead taking the win in the transition 8 to 12 class. Mason Doffing finishing second with Ethan Kogard rounding out your top 3. Green light is out for race 18, Ditchbanger Twins and Leaf Spring. .731 of Jager Cordes with the early hole shot taking the lead for the Ditchbanger Twins class. Across the line, it's Cordes. Black, 1-2. Smith in third. Tron in fourth. Jory Cordes in fifth. And the 94B of Isaac Ratz in sixth. Isaac Ratz rounding out the field. The only competitor in the Leaf Spring class. So even though he's sitting 6th overall, he is currently a race winner as we speak. Out front, though, battling hard. Brady Black's taking the win both races earlier. Cordes goes off the track. And no stopping there. Not sure what happened with Cordes. He was leading the way. Black able to get onto the inside. Now Black up to the sole lead. It's Black, Smith, Tron now 1, 2, 3. Jory Cordes in 4th. Isaac Ratz in 5th. With no one to follow behind, Brady Black is setting a blistering pace. On track to pull a sweep in the Ditch Banger Twins class tonight.
Mark, are you on battle cam or are you following the leader? Oh, I see. Yep. Come on, leader.
And just like that, we've seen it 2 other times tonight, taking the clean sweep in Ditch Banger Twins. Jason Black Landscaping, FXR, CNA Pro Skis, Stud Boy. Give it up for Brady Black. Smith crossing the line on the 068. Tron gonna finish 3rd. Race 19 up next. 30 plus 30 Snowcross has the 26 of Zach O'Mara. Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 Heat 1 has the 6 of Gavin Peterson, the 3 of Nyber, the 10 of Koffler, 26 of Gross, 128 of Rourke, 167 Lundstrom, 227 of Sandgren. 26 of Mitchell Gross gonna take the whole shot, lead the charge early on. Finished 3rd in the last race, now leading the way and then some. Out front alone, the 26 of Mitchell Gross. The 167 and 128 hot on his tail. Lundstrom in 2nd, O'Rourke in 3rd. Then a little bit of space before we get back to a side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th. Between the 128 and the 227 of Sandgren. .167 of Lundstrom up to the lead. The 128 of O'Rourke in 2nd. 26th of Gross back to 3rd. Lundstrom finished 2nd in both of the races earlier on. Might get his first feature race win of the night under his belt. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Lundstrom. .128 in 2nd. 26 of Mitchell Gross in 3rd. 128 of O'Rourke also in 4th. We have 2 128s out on the track. O'Rourke currently sitting 4th. And checkered flag is out. The 167 of Sam Lundstrom taking his first feature race win of the night. Up next, heat number 2 of our Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 class. The 198, 4Z, 74, 93, 197, 393, 716, 725. Who's going to take the whole shot? The 716 of Jory Cordes takes the early lead. The 198 battling up through the field, trying to take over the lead once again. But it's Jory Cordes out alone. The 74 of Tron in second. 198 in third after a 2-win race leading into this. Trying to complete the sweep. Not looking too good right now. It's Cordes, Tron, 198. Goes to the outside, moves up to second. Might even make a move for the win, for the lead. 198 through the outside with a double pass maneuver there. And absolutely pulls away from the rest of the field. Was able to take that outside smooth line, get by both of his competitors. 198 now up to the lead, wheeling over the start-finish line jump. Cordes back to second, Tron in third. Might be seeing a battle for second and third. Tron up to the inside. Cordes holds on strong for second. Tron's going to keep trying to push, though. Looks to the inside. Cordes shuts him out. Moves over to the left. Tries to tuck it down. Has some issues. Stalls it. Tron now from third to seventh in just a split second. White flag is out for the 198. One more lap to go there. Cordes holds on strong for second. And now in third place, the 93 of Schmidt moves up. Side-by-side battle between Forsland and Bishop, I believe. Schmidt, Forsland, Hansen, my bad. 3, 4, and 5. Tron back to 6th. And we've got the 198, your race leader, stalled on the white flag. Not going to complete the sweep tonight, which makes your feature race winner, the 716 of Jory Cordes, taking the win. 93 of Schmidt finishing second. The 4Z of Forsland rounding out your top 3. Looks like we had some issues there on the northwest corner. The 198 completely shuts it down. Gonna need a tow, so we'll take a couple seconds here to hear from some of our sponsors.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for coming out for another weekend of Sunday Funday. Always a pleasure to have you out here with us at ERX. We couldn't do it without you, and we sure couldn't do it without this incredible list of sponsors here. At the top of the list, we want to thank our friends from the Hunter Hool Foundation, DLO Excavating, Aeroplex Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic, Fox, Husqvarna, CNA Pro Skis, Stud Boy, Woody's, MBTV Sports Live Streaming, 509, Caliber, Power Lodge, and Chopper Power Sports.
Green flag is out for our final race of the evening. Our brand new class, the TSS 440 to 600 Invitational. You've been here for the heats. You've been here for feature ones. Now bring it out for your final race of the evening. The 83 of Spicer leading the charge. Spicer finished second in both of the earlier races. trying to take the win this time by. Nice little battle between Zach O'Mara and Anderson in second. O'Mara moves up to second place. Out front alone, though, it's still the 83 of Chris Spicer out of Saginaw, Minnesota. O'Mara trying to make a move, though, looks to the inside. Spicer goes to the outside of the Power Lodge corner. O'Mara to the inside, side by side. It's still Spicer and O'Mara, followed by the 45 of Caden Anderson in third. Little bit of space before we get back to Pellet in fourth. And the 54 of Tucker Anderson in fifth. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Spicer, O'Mara, and Anderson. Spicer goes outside, O'Mara to the inside, side by side through the Power Lodge corner. Spicer cuts down, O'Mara's not able to go anywhere. O'Mara now ducks to the inside, Spicer to the outside. Spicer has the smooth outside line, able to jet rocket his way in front. Spicer now a solid 6 sled lengths ahead of O'Mara. O'Mara tucks it down low. Spicer looks to the outside, side by side, one last time onto the west end of the track. Spicer with the advantage. Goes to the outside, O'Mara to the inside. It's a drag race to the final checkered flag of the night. Spicer gonna take your final win. O'Mara finishing second. And the 45 of Caden Anderson rounding out your top three. Alrighty, folks. Well, that brings a close to round number 5 of our 2025 Sunday Funday event. We will be back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Gates open at 8 a.m. for registration. 9:15 a.m. riders meeting. 10:15 a.m. practice with our first green flag of the day going on at 11 a.m. Make sure to stop on out tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing you all. And remember, racing's for the track only. Drive home safe, everyone.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 28 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent, His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.